Good morning. All right, so it's move-in day. I have a plumber here at my new apartment in Bogota, Colombia, right now in the kitchen. I have a mattress that's supposed to be delivered this morning. Excuse me, excuse me, delivered this morning, and the internet should be hooked up today. I've had three attempts at this is my third attempt at getting internet hooked up here. All of those things are happening this morning, probably, hopefully during this live stream. So I thought we would do these things together. Good morning. Okay, let me catch my breath. Hi, everyone. How's everyone? My name is Stephanie Perry, if you don't know me. I'm from exotic Dover, Delaware, or from Delaware. I'm not from Dover. I'm from Delaware, but I'm not from Dover. But my parents live in exotic Dover, Delaware. And I just signed a lease on my apartment in Bogota, Colombia, a couple of weeks ago and started the move-in process. Because I was staying in a co-living house here in Bogota, I've had a lot of time. I've had the opportunity to not be stressed out about this move. Also, because my friends were here and my friends helped me with some things a few days ago. We'll talk to you about that. I'll tell you about that. But this should be my last day of having one foot in this apartment and one foot out. Once the mattress comes, I'm here. Okay. So this morning, I thought I would just have you along with me while I do the things that I need to do this morning. Some of that is just waiting for people to come. But I need to take the plastic off my sofa. I need to finally take the plastic off the sofa, literally, and do some other things. I haven't done a formal cleaning. Like a housekeeper cleaned this apartment before I got here, before I moved in on the 1st. I think she came on the 30th of June. But a million men have been in and out of this building, out of this apartment. Five different internet installing men, first a team of two, and then a team of three yesterday. Um, one, two men who dropped off my desk and stuff. Another two men who dropped off my TV and tried to drop off my refrigerator but couldn't get in the door. And then yesterday, three men who brought my refrigerator, another three men. So the floors are just dirty and dusty. So there's not been a formal cleaning of that yet. But these are some things I need to do. I need to do those things today. So I'm gonna take you into the living room. We're gonna take the plastic off the sofa and sit on the sofa for the first time with no plastic. I started it about 10 minutes ago. I bought the sofa used on Facebook Marketplace. He told me he had cleaned it, and it looks like it was steam cleaned. It looks like a machine went up and down the sofa, or it looked like it when I brought it in here. But I wanted to have it steam cleaned again. The people were they couldn't schedule me for 2 weeks. And then I couldn't buy a little green steamer. The stores that have them online only. And I don't have my cedula yet. I don't have my number here in Colombia. So I couldn't buy it online. I can't shop online yet. So I'm going to roll the dice. It's been wrapped in plastic for 2 weeks, I believe. So if there was anything living in it, it's dead now. I started taking the plastic off. So let's go ahead and finish that first. And then we'll see what else needs to be done. I don't know. We'll see. You may hear water running because the plumber's working on the thing. Let's see. I can't even see the sofa. Can you see the sofa? No? Okay. All right. So you see, I started taking the plastic off, and I also need to hook it together. It's individual pieces. And I need to hook it together at the bottom. Scissors. Is my butt in your face? Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Let me see if I can hook these together while this is turned up. Let's see. No. Oh, okay. Okay. I think I need a tool to hook them together at the bottom. So I'm not gonna do that today. Okay. All right. Okay, I'll do the last section. Okay. La la la. Plastic is off the sofa. Okay. Is there a better way to sit? Let's see. If you sit here, you can see the fireplace and my birthday flowers. So let's do that. Okay. Okay, how's it? All right, friends. So I had a great birthday. More than 30 people. I think 30, might have been exactly 30. Came down to Bogota to celebrate my birthday with me last Saturday, which is why I wasn't here. Thank you so much to Tony Jones for taking over. And thank you all for being so kind and generous with Tony. Yeah, so I'm getting here. Yeah, I have a nice fireplace. Hey, Miss Melanie. I didn't say hi to y'all. Hello, Valerie. Hey, I gotta take my glasses off to do this. Cycle J, hi. Danica. Hey, girl, please. Hey, Nichelle. Hey, Spaghettia. Hello, Kat from Rebloom Room. Hello, Classy Hacker and Christine and Dee from Brown Girls Invest too. Hi, my cat Sheena, Lady Sarita, Rachel Roberts. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I agree. It's a nice, comfortable sofa. Well, I guess this is my first time sitting on it with no plastic, but it appears to be a comfortable sofa. Yes, yeah. And then, yes, I got the sofa used from Facebook Marketplace. At some point, I'd like to get like something made, but I don't know. I like it. Something a little more sink into it, cushiony. But this, I bought this one day and he delivered it he had it delivered I feel like the next day, whereas getting stuff made, like my dining room table won't be here until July 22nd. So good. Fireplace and bookshelves, yes. Real wood burning fireplace. I don't know if I'm ever gonna. I definitely said no to apartments that didn't have a fireplace, right? Because I really want a fireplace. It gets, chilly at night. But on the other hand, I don't know, do I want to be burning wood in a fireplace and smoking up my place? I did look online at the prices of some inserts because they make electric fireplaces now that look pretty good. The fire looks pretty good. The first round of electric fireplaces, it looked like, well, it always looks like you're watching TV. But now they have they're newer electric fireplaces, and this is a standard size. So if I got an insert for an electric fireplace, I think it would be okay. I would really, really love that. I would love that. So we'll see. Maybe by the time the temperature doesn't really change here, it's never really like winter and summer. So, but maybe by the time around Christmas time, maybe that's what I'll get myself for Christmas. Ding ding. I think that's what I'll get myself for Christmas. Get myself a fireplace insert so I can sit by here out here and let's watch the fires. Nowadays, they look and sound more like real fire. When we went on the Mexico residency caravan and we stayed in that Airbnb, there was a real wood burning fireplace. The idea of it was nice, but the execution, the starting of the fire, the maintaining of the fire, the extinguishing of the fire, the gathering of the wood, right? We didn't gather wood, but the lady had to bring us some wood. It just, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it. Any of y'all have a wood burning fireplace and you think it's worth it? I said no to apartments because they didn't have a fireplace, but now that it's time to think about how I'm gonna use the fireplace, I'm like, I don't think this is for me. Where is the electric fireplace? So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, but still, so you open the flue, but still, no matter what you do, it's an inconvenient, it's not the most convenient way to warm up. Um, Azure, David, RNBSN says, probably get used to it. Debbie says, give it a try. Okay. Y'all, I thought y'all were going to be like, do the easiest thing. I'm going to do the easiest thing. I'm going to plug in something that sounds like and looks like a fireplace, but it's not a real fireplace. So we'll see what happens, right? And then you got to clean out. Once you got all that ash in there, you got to maintain the fireplace. I don't know if I'm a wood burning fireplace kind of girl. When I was a kid, we had a wood burning stove. My dad, there was a lot of effort required to burn wood in a house. And then the home that they live in now has a gas fireplace. You push a button. But I don't know that you can just install a gas fireplace anywhere. I don't know how that works. You just push a button. So I think I'm gonna be an electric. I think I'm gonna be an electric fireplace kind of girl because it's the easiest thing. It's not the most fireplacey. But now there are better looking ones because I don't need it to put off crazy heat. I don't need it to heat the home like we're gonna be cold if I don't have it. Right. So Bogota, we're talking. It gets into the 50s at night, but I'm in an apartment building. It's not like Little House on the Prairie where I need it to warm me up. So today is like every day in Bogota. Well, I should say it's gray and about to rain, but we'll also see the sun today. That's like every day. Sometimes it starts off rainy and it ends up sunny, and sometimes it starts off sunny and it ends up rainy. I've only had a handful of days since I've been here where it didn't rain at all, like not even a sprinkle. It's kind of normal here for this. I guess we're supposed to be drying out. Like this is supposed to be a couple of months of dry season, but I don't think it I don't think it's hit yet because it's rained almost every day since I got here. Yeah, plug it in. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Hi, Anita. I guess I need to get in the WhatsApp. So Anita was here for my birthday party, and it's still here. So I guess I need to get in the WhatsApp. Once the internet is connected and the mattress is delivered, I'll be able to not think about this place, not think about moving. So maybe tomorrow, if y'all are doing something, I can jump in with y'all. Oh no, I gotta work. Well, I do have to work. I have coaching tomorrow at 2. Let me look at my calendar. I might have coaching at 1 and 2 tomorrow. My YouTube Success Society coaching is at 12 and 2. I have coaching at 12 and 2. So maybe not tomorrow, maybe Monday. Maybe Monday we can jump in. I can jump in on whatever y'all's plans are. The women in the WhatsApp from my birthday meetup, there's still quite a few women in town. And they did something yesterday. They went to the market yesterday. If I had known yesterday was going to be such a bust here, I would have gone with y'all. Everything that was supposed to happen yesterday, it got pushed back to today. So the internet provider, Claro, came 2 days in a row and they didn't really punch holes in the walls, but because there were already holes for the stuff, for the cables in the walls, but they reopened a bunch of holes and this and that, trying to get me internet and TV. And then finally they were like, go to ETB. This apartment is already wired for ETB. Just call them. Call ETB. It's going to be easier. And that guy was like, you're going to get better service anyway, like better internet. So 2 days of that was a waste. I guess I did get the refrigerator yesterday, but mostly it was me waiting for the internet and the mattress people. And then they still have to come today. The mattress people pushed me back to today. I think I knew that yesterday though. I think they told me the day before. I don't know. But anyway, it was mostly yesterday. What I'm saying is I should have gone to the fruit market with the ladies who went to the fruit market. Because the rest of the day was a bust. It took me 2 days to get my refrigerator in the house. Which the man warned me when I went to buy the refrigerator. It was me, Rashida, Jewel, Adelia, Catrice. We went to the department store to buy the refrigerator. And he was like, you need to measure your doors and make sure this thing will get in the door. I assumed that the men delivering the refrigerator would be refrigerator delivery men and installers. I don't ask a lot of questions, right? So when they get here, they're like, no, they have no idea how to. I measured it with my phone and it seemed like it fit, right? When they get here, they have no idea that you can take the doors off of a refrigerator and install it and bring it in through the doors. And so they just left it in my parking spot. My refrigerator was in my parking spot. I think that was, yesterday was Friday, so that must have been Wednesday. So my refrigerator sat in the garage. I'm in a secure building, but the garage is underneath. So my refrigerator sat in my parking spot for a day and a half. And then yesterday, the actual LG people came, the man from LG. So he came by himself and took the doors off. And by the time the other men came, he already had the refrigerator on the elevator. The problem is they took the bottom stuff off, the bottom cushioning, and slid the thing in the door while I was in my office, because I'm not helping, okay? I did help him get on the elevator. Once the other men came, he's on his own. They're on their own. He scraped, there's real hardwood floors. There are scrapes, clear scrape lines from the front door into the kitchen. So that's a thing I'm gonna have to fix. I think I'm gonna have to just call someone in to do at least the entry hallway. I don't think I need to do the whole thing. I'm gonna have to call somebody in here to fix what they did, because the first thing the plumber saw when he walked in here was them scrapes. And my landlady, she is not gonna be happy with them scrapes. This is my first time as a renter, and I'm not making anybody mad. I'm not gonna make you mad. So there's 4 little scrape lines. 3 of the lines look like they didn't. 3 of the lines look like it's just scrapes of the layers of whatever. Layers of, I want to call it lacquer, but it's not lacquer. You know what I'm talking about. The layers of stuff on the floor. 3 of the scrape lines look like they just scraped off layers of that. But one of the lines is actually scraped up hardwood. So that's the thing I'm going to need to resolve quickly so that I don't forget. What I don't want to do is put down a rug and then forget, because I am going to put an entry rug in there, but I don't want to forget that and have her walk in one day and see it and be like, excuse me? Excuse me? So that's a thing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have somebody come and do that. Get Empress Wanderlust's get buffed. I'm gonna have somebody come in and do that. And I think just the front. So down here, real hardwood floors. Upstairs in the hallway, real hardwood floors. In the bedroom, there's some sort of engineered thing. It's different, but I don't think there's a big old scrape here that was here when I got here. There's a big old gouge. Everybody asked me everybody asked me, did you do that? Was I here beforehand? Like, no, that was here before I came. But I may have somebody come and do that. Oh, LaRonda says send her a picture. Okay. I don't want her to know. I feel like the plumber will probably tell her. He'll probably tell her because he's her plumber, right? He'll probably tell her. But I guess I should. I'm going to tell her once I make an appointment for someone and then say, if you know someone better, let me know. I think that's what I'll do, LaRonda. Okay, thank you. Hello, LaRonda. How are you? I think I really don't want her to know. But that's the first thing. When he walked in here, is the first thing he saw. Like, I know you didn't. I didn't. But they sure did. So I don't know. You never know what people are thinking. The first men came to deliver the refrigerator with no tools whatsoever. And with the refrigerator in the front of the truck. And apparently they came to me first or whatever. And so they had to move everything off of the delivery truck, including 2 other. Mine was the biggest refrigerator that I could see. But there were 2 or 3 other refrigerators on the truck. A bunch of TVs that are fragile. So a lot of moving of things. Like, how do you not come to deliver a refrigerator with any tools? So the first 2 men came with a little dolly, but no tool to remove the doors. They're working for the department store. So, okay, I can kind of understand that. The second men who worked for LG came with the tools to remove the doors. No dolly. No dolly. Okay, I see you guys. Okay, I'll tell her because she may know somebody better. And she and her 3 daughters all live here in Bogota. So I'll tell her. Can you get the company they work for to pay for the scrapes? I doubt it. I don't have any. That's why I didn't say anything. When I saw it, I looked, and then I'm like, I don't think there's any recourse. Yeah, I don't think there's any recourse. I think they knew they could take the doors off, but they had no tools. Well, I don't know if they knew. Actually, did they know? Did we talk about the doors? The woman who lives on the first floor, who is not really the building boss. There is a building boss. She lives on my floor. She's not the building boss, but she saw them trying to put the thing on the refrigerator on the elevator. It was like less than a millimeter of space. And she said, stop. You're supposed to have pajamas. She's talking to them in Espanol, right? You're supposed to have pajamas. You know this. Everyone who delivers a refrigerator in this city knows you're supposed to have pajamas on this refrigerator so that it doesn't scrape up the elevator, so it doesn't destroy the elevator. So once she came and said that, they didn't want to do anything else, right? They didn't have any cushion around that. Once they took it off of the foam, took the foam off of it to fit it on the elevator, they didn't have anything to put on it. So she scared them off, and they didn't want to do anything else. They were like checked out at that point. Where's your parking space? We'll call somebody. What they said, I knew what they were like, we'll call somebody, we'll call a team to come. I knew they weren't going to do anything else, right? They washed their hands of me. So I put it in so they put it in my parking space, and then I called LG myself. So that's it. End of story. So then, no, not end of story. So then the LG guys came. They did scrape up the floor, but they also installed my refrigerator, and they installed it properly. My water and ice, my water's working. The ice machine said it'll take 24 hours. So maybe in the next hour or so, it'll start making ice. And my butter's cold. Only thing I had to put in there was butter. I had made oatmeal that morning. So I had put my butter and half and half. I used half and half on the oatmeal and on my coffee. So it worked out. We stayed for my birthday. Rashida, Jewel, Catrice, Adelia, and I. Yes, we stayed in an Airbnb. And when we went shopping for the refrigerator that weekend, they were like, "This is the refrigerator that's in the Airbnb." And I was like, "Okay, well, let's get it." There's going to be more than one adult living here while I'm working on the other things. So I just wanted a good sized refrigerator, and the space is huge. There's a whole side of the kitchen that has space for that refrigerator and some shelving if I wanted to, or a table if I wanted it. So I went with the big one. You know what refrigerator I wanted though? So I'm a house sitter, and I've seen my share of refrigerators. I wanted that refrigerator where there's a little mini door that you open up, and you can have the things that you access the most right there. Excuse me. I wanted that LG. I think it's an LG, where they have that little itty bitty door that you don't have to open the full fridge door. You can open up a little tiny door. I love that refrigerator. The house that I stay in the house in Costa Rica that I call my vacation home, my vacation villa, right? The Airbnb in Costa Rica. They have that, and I think it's the best. I've used it a few different times. So here, I thought they had that refrigerator. I kept seeing something about something view, smart view or something. You know what it is? Here they have the LG refrigerator where you can see what's inside of your refrigerator without opening the door. I'm like, who needs that? Right? So I wanted the little I wanted the little door. I don't need the little camera. It's a camera in the refrigerator and a screen on the outside of the refrigerator. Wait, I'm using my phone as a hotspot. Tell me if I'm still here. I just got a little blip on my screen. Let me drink some water. Let me know if I'm still here. So, good. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, so I didn't get that. I don't want the smart view. I don't need to see what's in my refrigerator unless I open the door. But I did want the little tiny door. I couldn't find it anywhere in the city. I did my best. I couldn't find it anywhere in the city. So I got a good sized one when I stayed in the co-living house was it Yosemite National Park, outside of Yosemite, or was it outside of Zion? No, outside of Yosemite National Park. I stayed in this co-living house, and the fridge was so big that every room had a shelf, right? So every day the housekeeper would come and she would kind of prepare breakfast. It was always lots of cut up fruit, like a fruit salad, bagels and pastries. Everybody had their own juice and milk and stuff. And I was like, this refrigerator is humongous. I took note of that because I would like this to be a place where multiple adults can live. I told my landlady my sister's coming. She was like, you gonna be here by yourself? And I was like, well, my sister's on her way. Not true. But I would like this to be a place where multiple adults can live. And so a big refrigerator was important to me. And that's also why I'm gonna have to install a dishwasher. There's no dishwasher yet. There's an empty space. But you were all sisters, okay? I was like, my sister's coming, and I was like, my parent, of course, my parents are retired, and they'll be here quite a bit as well. That's what I told her, because it is a big place for one person. It is. I don't know how many square feet. It's 220 square meters, and I know a lot of apartments that you see are like less than 100 square meters. So it's a big old place. The kitchen is small, but I don't really know people who love cooking, so I don't think that's a problem. The kitchen is pretty small. It's not itty bitty, but most importantly, there's a wall. So that's the wall. There's the TV on the floor. My TV's still on the floor because I haven't bought a TV stand, okay? Or I don't want it hung up. I think I just want it sitting. But that's the wall between the kitchen and the living room. That is what I needed. But what was I telling you? I'm gonna need a dishwasher as well, I think. But I really wanted a big refrigerator because it meant that co-living place meant that we could live in harmony. When we had a big old refrigerator, we could live in harmony. I'm pretty sure that fridge was bigger than this one, but this one is still plenty big. That place had at least 6 bedrooms. So room for 12 adults, right? So you need a lot of that fridge. And I really, really liked the way that co-living place was set up. Christian Jane, I love to cook. Okay, come on down, Christian. Okay, come on down. My guest bed, it comes the end of the month, but then I leave in August for a couple weeks. But after August 15th, come on down. All cooks are welcome. My rent is 8.5 million Colombian pesos, which changes. It's around $2,000. Convert 8.5 million CO. It should just pop up because I've Googled this a million times. 21.25 right now. I've seen spaces this big and this amount of whatever. This building has no amenities. Right. There's no pool in Bogota. You can get a building with a pool in the basement or pool, in the bottom level. This building has no amenities. I've seen units like this around 6.5 million. This difference is this neighborhood. This difference is I'm in a bougie neighborhood, which is what I wanted. Okay. But you can get this size apartment and this 4-bedroom. It's called 4-bedroom, 4-bathroom, but it's really 4-bedroom and 3-bathroom upstairs, and then a bathroom downstairs. You can get this. Yeah. Listen, I'm not here to. Rashida did a video not too long ago where she was talking about living like a local. There are local people here living quite nicely. I'm here to live nicely and comfortably and have space for me and my family and my people. I'm not here to live on a basement price. Now, I would say people who are more budget conscious, like the Tesacuyo neighborhood of Bogota, Tesacuyo, people who move to Bogota from like the US and Canada and UK, they like the Tesacuyo neighborhood. And then people who are super, super budget conscious who need to live on much less, they like Santa Fe. Listen, I'm in a bougie neighborhood, okay? I went to the grocery store. There's a grocery store right on my street. Not even 2 blocks. I don't think I had to walk 2 full blocks. I was like, oh, they have a wine shop inside of the grocery store. I've been to this chain of grocery store all over the city. This one has a wine shop inside of it, right? I'm like, I came here to live nicely. I expect to be in Bogota for maybe 4 years, right? The thing that I'm here to do, that I'm tired of talking about on the internet and probably shouldn't be talking about on the internet, the thing that I'm here to do is going to take me over a full year from December, right? So like a full year and a half in this place before I even do what I came here to do. And then after that, I expect to be here for another 2-3 years. I think I'm in a place where I'm going to be happy for 4 years and not want to move in a year or two. I'm in, so Zona Rosa, as far as I understand, is very close. Zona Rosa is where the mall, Andino Mall is, which I went yesterday. Andino Mall is in Zona Rosa, and I'm walking distance to Andino Mall. There's neighborhoods here, divisions are funny. I think I'm in Rosales or Bella Vista. Yeah, yeah, it depends on where. It depends on where. But I know people, when you say I'm living in Colombia or Mexico, people think you're doing it to live on rock bottom prices. Some people are, but not me. Oh, thank you, ladies. That's not what I was meant to put on. I meant to put this on the screen, but thank you all. Yeah, I'm not here to live on rock bottom prices. I want to walk into what I want is I want me and whoever's staying here with me to walk in and be like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy to be here. I've stayed in a lot of house sits and Airbnbs when I walked in and I was like, every time I walked in, I was like, wow, I would love for this to feel like, ooh, wow, I am comfortable. I am in luxury. I am taken care of. I want to feel like that every time I walk in instead of I got a good deal. I know I got a good deal feeling, but I just want to feel like, wow, this is an old apartment. There's not a whole lot of amenities, like I said, but the floors are like, yep. Nice big windows, which is a Bogota thing. They believe in big old windows because it's chilly and you need the sun to warm that place up. Yeah, I think I'm gonna really like it here. My landlady, she seems really nice. Her name is Olga, and she looks exactly like Olga. If you think of a Colombian lady named Olga, that's exactly what she looks like. She kind of reminds me of, Mrs. Krause from Benson. I think she's gonna be stern. Remember how Mrs. Krause, she looked and sounded stern, but she loved to have a good time. That's how my landlady. That's what she reminds me of. Yeah, so maybe we can, yeah. Empath coach Azure. Hi. Love not letting money control your desires. Yeah. Yeah. How do you want to feel? How do you want to live? I feel like you can make the money to live that way. Wait, was that no, Mrs. I liked Mrs. Krause from Benson. She looked like she was going to be a stern lady, but she loved to have a good time and laugh and be fun. That's how what my landlady reminds me of. Yeah. How do I want to feel and how do I want to live? I say this all the time. I don't think money should be the reason you don't live your dreams. That's you and that's me. Also me, right? What I look like helping Black women live their dreams and I don't get to live mine. I want to live my dreams, right? Part for me as a homebody, right? Everybody has a different thing. Everybody doesn't have the same priorities. As a homebody, hermit. I told you I'm a hermit. I've taken personality tests that describe me as a hermit. Right? What this really is important to me. There are people for whom their home is not a reflection of how they want to feel because it's not the total package. But for me, my home is everything because I'm not leaving. I'm in the house. I need the house to reflect those things. Yeah, so I feel really good. I want to walk you around, but the plumber's here, so I just want to make sure he doesn't need anything, even though I can't really communicate with him all that well. But I got my little translator, my phone. Yeah, so when I was looking for an apartment, I wanted it 3 or 4 bedrooms and at least 3 bathrooms because I knew I wanted some Golden Girls activities in here. I wanted now because I took off some things. I wanted a terrace Instead, this place has a couple of balconies that are about regular balcony sized, but no huge terrace. These people across the street have a huge terrace. Let's see, is my head blocking it? You see that terrace right there? That's what I wanted. Then people have a terrace. I'll show you my balconies. I just have a couple balconies. I wanted, because I wanted to be able to be in nature and not leave the house. I want to be in nature while I'm in the house. I wanted a closed kitchen. I think those were my top priorities. Outside space, 3 or 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, and a closed kitchen. I don't want to see the kitchen from my living room. I don't live that kind of life, right? I'm not washing my dishes every day. I'm not cleaning the kitchen every day. I'm not doing that. I know some people don't live like that. Connie Perry, she don't live like that. Right? But I live like that kitchen is none of my business. It's none of my business what's going on back there. Behind that wall, none of my business. And so I got 2 of the 3 main, right? I got the closed kitchen, got the 3 or 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, and I got the outside space. Let's go there now. It's not a terrace, it's a balcony. So let's see. How should we do it? Mom, are you here? Okay. Front door and closet, half bath, upstairs. Okay, so this is so you can be oriented when you walk in. When you walk in the door, the upstairs is to this side and the kitchen is on that side and the plumber's in there working. So I'm not gonna put it on the internet. Okay. All right, and then you walk into the living room where we were just sitting. Okay. You walk into the study, 4 bedrooms plus a full study. Walk into the study, which is very common in Bogota. Lots of 2 and 3 and 4 and plus bedrooms places have a designated study, a designated office. And this is mine. All right, got my desk delivered on my birthday. They delivered my desk, right? Full study. Okay, and then we walk back through the living room. Okay, into the dining room. See? Okay. Oh, aquí. Sí. Gracias. That was la problema. Okay. So la basura era la problema. Y no problema ahora. Okay. Okay. Oh, I didn't even know that was a disposal. Oh, okay. Bueno.
No pudiera mover esto.
Sí, no. It wasn't me. It was no era yo. Okay, gracias. Oh, good news. Okay, muchas gracias. Okay, muchas gracias. Okay, good. All right, I didn't know there was a disposal. There was some trash in the disposal, which stopped the sink, made the sink overflow. All right, all that. Sí, hablo español. Yes, yo hablo. Okay, this is my dining room. Nothing in here. They're delivering my furniture. I keep saying the 22nd. I need to look it up. I don't know when they come because I'm leaving town soon, so I need to know. And then I have my first balcony. This is la balcón primera. El balcón. Wait, I forgot I was using a hotspot. Let me get my phone. I walked away from the phone. Yeah, I think it's good size. That's why I was okay with it not being a full terrace, like open and a corner or like those people. I'm so jealous of their terrace. Rashida said just stand on the balcony and take my top off until they invite me over, which is like plan A, basically. Plan A. Yeah, so Balcon. It's good space. It's 6 feet. The short way is 6 feet, and the long way is more than 6 feet. So let me measure. Jewel taught me how to use my measuring thing on my phone, the measure app on my phone. I think the short way is 6 feet, and then the long way. So this is room for hopefully for a sofa, for naps, and also 14 feet. Good. Okay, 6 by 14, so I can eat out here and nap out here. This is the balcony. Yes. Yeah. Okay. And then let me wait. We'll go upstairs in a little bit. I want to wait until make sure he's okay. Make sure the plumber's okay. He's putting his tools back together. So that's good. The bed, yeah. 6 by 14. Yeah. Yeah, it's good space. Good space. That's the thing about older buildings. They were made for families, generations. You can see that here with the amount of space and living space. Yeah, so. Sí, hablamos. Hablamos español, sí. Yeah, Jay says enough room for a table and chair, smoke a cigar, and have coffee. Yeah, I just want to be able to have coffee because the kitchen, so that's the dining room, and then the room right next to it is the kitchen. So from the kitchen, you can see out. It's not like the open wall, but from the kitchen, I expect once I go into the kitchen, I want to eat out on the balcony, right? Once I get my coffee and my oatmeal, I'm gonna want to go out onto the balcony to eat. Yeah, so but I don't have any plans to get anything. I'm scoping out Facebook Marketplace. Here I can get some good teak patio furniture used, I think. So I'm scoping out Facebook Marketplace. So I got this here. I got the sofa from Facebook Marketplace, and I got that dresser. It's a dresser and a mirror. Let's see, you may see the mirror over here. Can you see the mirror? Dresser and a mirror. But I separated them. I didn't have them when they delivered them. They were separated, and I didn't have them hook them back together because I think I'm going to use that mirror as a hall mirror, and the dresser will stay there as a, I don't know, piece of furniture. I love breakfast. Breakfast is my, why are you asking, Christine? What? Breakfast is my meal. It's what I do best. Pancakes and French toasts. I scramble a mean egg, right? I make breakfast, which is why people are like, you do cook, you do cook. I don't consider that cooking. I don't know why. There's a difference, right? I guess I would say there's a difference between the things I like and the things I don't like. So right now, I'm on a street that is not a super busy street. So this is Bogota. I believe there are 8 million people in Bogota, Colombia. It's a city in Latin America. It's not quiet. Okay. This is not a place you go to for quiet, but this is probably as quiet as I can get in a neighborhood that is still walkable to coffee shops and restaurants and the grocery store, right? So there is road noise. I think once I get curtains and rugs in this unit, I'll hear a whole lot less of the road noise. And then out on the balcony, I just need a little fountain or something, right? Get a little fountain to help with the sounds, the noises. But Bogota, I think there's 8 million people in the city. It's just not a place where it's going to be absolutely quiet unless you go up there's some units up in the hills, mountains. I guess they're mountains. There's some the apartments continue up into the mountains, but then I'm not walkable, right? I'm kind of at the foothills of the mountains. But then I don't get to walk to coffee in the grocery store and whatever. So trade-off, I didn't have silence on my list because Bogota is a major city and it's just not going to be silent. And they also don't do buildings so high that you can get quiet, right? I don't know. So this across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This looks like it's a 9-story building over here, but they don't really do like 30. I'm on floor 28, 38, right? 5, 6. The highest you're getting is like 5 or 6 in most apartment buildings. Most of the older buildings with the stuff that I like, 5th floor. So, yeah. So, but I think inside curtains and rugs will really help cushion some help with this noise. Curtains, rugs, and furniture will help with the sounds. And then outside, I'm gonna need a fountain or something, some greenery to help with that. And at some point, I just won't hear it as much. At some point, it doesn't bother it already doesn't bother me. I've been in Bogota since January, so I'm already like, that's what it sounds like here. A couple of years ago, when I spent that winter in Curacao, I stayed in a place with hardwood floors and on a road with a lot of horn beeping. And I just couldn't get used to it. I'd stayed in the Airbnb for at least 2 or 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. And I never got used to it just always sounds. But I think I've gotten over it here. But I do know that the sounds are happening. So Rashida and I recorded a video on Thursday, and I could hear then that the sounds were happening. So I think for YouTube and for work purposes, I'll just need to make sure that I have a good mic that blocks out outside noises, mic and earphones. Yeah. So I see. So here, a lot of places on the balcony, they would put a bunch of cement planters with a bunch of tall bushes or trees. So that's a thing I may consider too. When I looked at the apartment, the first time I came and looked at the place, there were planters on the floor in the balcony. And they were the planters that had been in the pictures. The planters were up on the balcony, up on the rail, up on the balcony. But when I came to view it, those planters were on the floor. And I thought it was just because they had done some work out there. Then when I came back the next time, them planters were gone. So either they belonged to the renter who left, or they belonged to the owner, and they were like, no, we want them back. But I think some big old planters with some big old greenery will help block out some of that noise. And I think just liking this and not trying to fight it too much will help. Yeah, so the other day, after I heard that sound, the other day when I was here, I put on a white noise app. And it did help in the room, in that particular room. Yeah, so all those are things. All those are plans. Hi, Nichelle, do I have an air fryer? No, I've only used an air fryer once in my entire life. I don't know if that would help me. I don't enjoy cooking. I don't know if that would help. No heat or AC installed in these units. I've not seen a heating duct in Bogota, Colombia. I've not seen one heating duct. And I've stayed in, I don't know, except for when I stayed in hotels. I've stayed in a Hilton brand and 2 different Marriott brand hotels. I have not seen heating or heating ducts since then. So it's fireplace. I won't need air conditioning. If we need air conditioning in Bogota, Colombia, the planet is on fire, right? The high, it only gets above 80 2 or 3 days out of the year. 80 degrees Fahrenheit, 2 or 3 days out of the year. Above 80, not above 90, right? Above 80. So I should never need air conditioning. Heat, I bought myself, you can see, you probably see the box. I bought myself the DeLonghi heater. Oh, there's the heater. Okay, so the heater's in the office and the box is out here. Bought myself that heater. So I'll have several of those around for heating purposes. But I think my Christmas gift of of an electric fireplace would be helpful. Here, the plan is really seriously have big windows, let the sun heat you up, let the sun heat up your apartment during the day so it's not so cool at night. That's it. That's that. Okay, JW Wade says, I don't like cooking, so I love air frying. But you have to prepare things to put in the air fryer. You don't just drop a whole chicken. Like you got to cut up a chicken and put it in the air fryer. Mm-mm, no, I don't think. I don't think air frying will solve my problems. I think finding somebody to cook for me or do at least meal prep for me will be a solution. Oh, Dita says it's so tedious. I feel like you still have to do the same amount of prep work with an air fryer as you do with putting it in the oven, right? Might as well just put it in the oven. I gotta cut up the zucchini. Huh? Although I did buy the most beautiful cutting boards. I did find the most beautiful cutting boards. I'll show them to you in a little bit. Yeah, that was my one experience. At one time I did use an air fryer. I feel like I had some onion rings or something. Okay. Muchas gracias. I'll be right back, y'all. Okay. Buen día. Okay. Gracias. All right. So my kitchen is an old school kitchen. And it's small. Let me turn on some light to make it look bigger. Let's embiggen it with a little light. Okay, he went under here. Okay. Let's see. It's covered in stuff, so it's going to look even smaller. Well, this is my kitchen, my new refrigerator, the space next to the refrigerator where something could go. I'm thinking shelves, but she said she put a table and chairs in here. Yeah, kitchen. You see the hole where the dishwasher's supposed to go? Right now, I just have a bunch of trash piled up there. But I want to show you my beautiful cutting boards. So there's a school here that teaches men how to make, or I don't know if it's just men. I don't know why I said men. Teaches people woodworking things. And so I got 2 cutting boards made, and they were so beautiful. These people also made my what I thought was going to be my coffee table, which is actually now a side table because it's smaller than I thought it was. This is one thing I did manage to buy online. I bought it on WhatsApp. Yeah, so they made my beautiful cutting boards. This one's so big I can't even lift it. Yeah, they are so beautiful. That's the thing about here. If you like the things that are hard are wood, the things that are wood that you want, I mean, they're just beautiful. The desk, my desk, he did such a good job on the desk. Yeah, so I want to show you my cutting boards. Yesterday, I washed all of my dishes, and that's when I realized I washed all the dishes that were in, I just bought these, washed them all up. And that's when I realized that the sink was crazy leaky. So hopefully that's over. And that's that. I know, Pearl. I'm not doing it. You ain't got to worry about me. You ain't got to worry about me. So behind this door is the laundry room / utility room or whatever. It's a good size. It's really big. It's probably as big as the kitchen, not exaggerating. It's about as big as the kitchen. But I got too much boxes in the way. I can't get to it. It's empty. There's no washer and dryer, right? I don't have a washer dryer yet. But that's back there. Plus the little maid's room. They do a what do they call it? Maid's room, maid's quarters. They do a maid's quarter. So there's a little room that's like 6 foot by 4 foot, room enough for a bed. And there's that room and then a bathroom, a full shower bathroom, but it's not a remodeled bathroom. It's, all tile, older looking, but that's that. Yeah, so that's what's behind that door. But listen, I, I done barricaded myself. I need to find the rules. So I know where the room is for dropping your trash and stuff down in the downstairs. But I don't know, do I take my cardboard looking like that? Do I need to break up my cardboard? I need to find the rules. Yesterday, one of the security guards was like, I came to him and I was like, there's no water when they came to install my refrigerator. No, no hay agua, no hay agua. So he had to show me how to turn my water on at the little thing. For some reason, it had been turned back off. Turn my water downstairs. So I need to go to him and ask him. Martinez, no, who's here when I got here today? Yeah, it's Martinez here again today. And now I need to ask him, how do I take all that cardboard? Do I take it like it is? Do I need to break it up more? Do I even need to put it in a bag? I don't know the rules. Yeah. Yeah, they have a little phone. The phone is for him. He called me every time somebody showed up at the door. So hopefully we'll hear a ring any minute now, because both the internet and mattress people told me 10 to 1 or something like that. So hopefully we'll hear some more ringing. Why'd you ask Christine? Christine, you're asking questions like did we have this conversation? You're asking questions that are very in the know for me. Right? I don't like a front load washer because I don't feel like they do a good job of soaking the stuff. I want my clothes soaked, get those stains out of my clothes. And I feel like a front load washer cannot soak your clothes well. Although washer repairmen always say the front load is the better thing to buy, I like a top load washer. I don't know that I'm going to be able to get a top load washer, frankly, because nobody does them anymore. So I haven't done a whole lot of washer shopping. So I don't have an answer, but I would really prefer a top load washer, because you can't put your clothes on soak on a front load washer. It doesn't do it. It's a real pain point in my life. It's a real pain point in my life. Sandra's with me. She said, and they get that moldy smell. Give me, hi Candace. Do you miss me? Give me that. Candace and her husband. Well, some people gave me some tools and I'm so happy. I have a screwdriver. I have a set of screwdrivers here because some people y'all may know left some tools for me. Adelia says she did see top load. Okay. I haven't looked around. I just see on Facebook Marketplace what people are reselling, and everything is front load. Like, do y'all want your clothes clean or not? Yeah. So the only thing I do know to pay attention to is that there's gas. And so the dryer needs to be a gas compatible dryer. That's the only thing I do know. I don't expect to get a washer and dryer until, I don't know. At some point I may get sick of it. So, okay. I was sitting here minding my business. And you know who I saw outside? The laundry pickup people. Okay. So they will pick up your laundry and clean your laundry and deliver your laundry right out front. So it may be quite a while. I will need a washer and dryer. Absolutely. Just like I felt like I needed a big refrigerator, right? If there are multiple people living here and generations of people living here, we will need a washer and dryer. But it may not be this year. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how annoying it is not having laundry, not being able to wash your kitchen towels when you feel like it. That's the main thing. Now, I did buy 1 million kitchen towels for that reason, because I knew it was going to be a while. I did buy, I don't know. I had to force them into the same drawer. I bought like 2 separate stacks of kitchen towels because that's the kind of thing that you miss when you don't have a washer, right? If you're fine with laundry service and they come and pick up your clothes and bring your clothes to you, What you miss is the little things, the last minute things of getting your laundry done. But that, yeah, that. Okay, so Olga just texted me. What'd she say? Hola, copy. Sometimes I have to copy her messages and translate them on translate. I'm sure he just told her that he left. Paste. The silverware is now fixed. Okay, I guess the word that they use for sink, platero, or sink or under sink, Google thinks it means silverware. You know, in different places, they use different words for different things. Some word here that I did learn that they use it's a different word than what we're used to in other parts of the world. Hey, Carol, will they do your ironing as well? Probably. It's not a thing I'm concerned with. Okay, pro tip, if you wear your clothes a little too tight, you'll never have to iron again. Get them clothes a little too small, you don't have to think about ironing. For my birthday, I wore a beautiful set of pajamas that I got from Banana Republic. It was not pajamas, it's just a silk set, top and bottom. And I was like, this is wrinkled. And I was like, oh, because it's not tight. Because it fits properly. You can see the fold lines from the sides where it had been folded up in my suitcase. But in other parts of my life, just wear a little too tight. Nobody will notice the wrinkles. I am from an ironing family. Right? I'm from an ironing family. You get up and you iron your clothes. One summer, my mom paid me to iron my dad's shirts for work every day. I think she paid me a nickel per shirt or something like that. I'm not that old. It should have been much more than that. It might have been 25 cents per shirt. I'm from a family that irons. Anytime you go to my parents' house, they have a brand new iron, right? Because irons don't last anymore. I reject that. I have freed myself from ironing clothes. It's nice. Now, in linen, with linen, I always feel like I need to iron linen. But other than that, but probably, the answer is they probably will. I love me some pajamas, okay? What I want is to live in pajamas. It was a beautiful set. Oh, let me show you a picture from my birthday party. I think I know how to do that. Present image file. Oh, do I have an image file on my phone? I got image files. This one and this one. Can I share two? No, only know how to share one. This is me in my pajamas on my birthday. Last weekend here in Bogota, Colombia. I love pajamas. Okay. Now these were silk, so these were, you're not laying down in them. But give me a set, right? That looks like, is that pajamas or is that an outfit? Rashida even said, oh, birthday pajamas when I put them on because she hadn't seen me that morning. Birthday pajamas, right? That is the goal. I want people to be like, are those pajamas or is that an outfit? Is she? That's my life's goal. Pajamas. Let me see. There's a whole group shot. Image file. So you can see everyone who came down to Bogota for my birthday. It was amazing. See the crew. We had the whole restaurant to ourselves, which I knew. The wait staff was very kind to us. We had a bit of a view. It wasn't a rooftop bar, but it's up on the 6th floor. So we had a bit of a view. And what you can't see is the back of the restaurant with the benches and the tables and stuff. Had lots of plants. It was a very green, very beautiful place. And they played good music without playing it too loud. They mixed in a lot of music that they knew we would like. When I went there to eat, they were already playing, I think Sade, or they were playing Black Women when I got there before I even walked through the door the first time I ate there. So yeah, it was a beautiful birthday party. I got showered with gifts, which you may see in the background when I take the picture off the screen. But even better was that the women who came, most of them didn't know anybody when they got there, I think, or maybe knew one person, maybe. And by the time they were leaving, oh, girl, they're friends. They're making plans together. It was wonderful. It was a wonderful birthday. To stage and then removed from stage. Okay. Rashida, everyone helped me bring over my items. Rashida, Adelia, Catrice, Jewel helped me bring over my birthday gifts. Some of them are in the corner right there. Some of them are in the other room. Some are upstairs. Some of my upstairs gifts are already upstairs. Yeah. Oh, LJ. You know LJ? LJ and Ali. Yeah. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. They're still here. Okay. She just moved to a new place, new part of town. They're still here, right? LJ and her son are still here. She's like the winner of the meetup. I think meetups are not competitions, and there are no winners and losers. But there are people who like really win win the meetup. Like come make friends and get connected. And I feel like she was the winner. One of the winners of the meetup. I hope everyone feels like they were the winner of the meetup. But LJ and Ali, I feel like they won. Made friends, saw the city, are still here. So it's really amazing. That's a thing that happens when you sometimes we can make connecting with people so hard. But for me, it's like get on YouTube, share your thoughts and opinions. Other people who will, some agree with you and some disagree with you, will vibe, and then you become friends. Right? And then when you invite them to your birthday party in Bogota, even though you have no restaurant picked, just a general neighborhood, 30 people flew to Bogota for my birthday. Like 29. Only one woman in the meetup was already here. 29 people came to Bogota for my birthday. That's a thing that YouTube did. That's a community. That's a thing that community does. I'm all in. I'm waiting on this phone to ring. Okay, somebody come deliver my stuff. Where my mattress? Let's look and see. Where my mattress? Y'all down here? They not there. Oh, wait. Is that it? No. Ain't no truck. Somebody deliver my stuff. Mattress means I moved in because I've been sleeping at the co-living place still. And I'm over it. Today when I left, I brought this pile of stuff here. Let's see, that pile of stuff. That was the last things, and that blue suitcase that's way back there. I brought those things today, and I was like, I hope I don't have to come back here tonight, right? Because I have nothing. I took everything out. Brought my everything. My last little bit of clothes, my plant, which is in there. I moved the plant into the dining room. Brought my last little bit of stuff out of the co-living place. Left the door open with my key in the door, which is how I found it, so that the housekeeper can come and wash the sheets and clean the bathroom. And I was like, as much as I appreciate this place, I hope I don't have to come back. I don't want to sleep I'm 51, Debbie. Debbie says sleep on the couch if it doesn't come. I could have been sleeping on this couch, but I'm 51. I need a mattress and a mattress topper. I'm 51. I know I could have slept on the sofa. And then they had what's it called? Air mattress at the Price Mart. I think that air mattress was $40. I might have done the math wrong. I think that it was a full-size air mattress with a pump for $40. I could have had there were other solutions, but I am 51. One bad night's sleep ruins 2 days, right? Now I'm messed up that next morning, the next day, and then the day after. Janice says she's 67 and she would sleep on the sofa. Girl, I chose not to. I chose not to. The mattress was supposed to come on. I told y'all this already. It's supposed to come on Thursday. No, Friday. And then they were like, it's going to come on Saturday. If it doesn't come today, I'm going back to that co-living place. And then I'll try it. I guess they'll try it again on Monday. But I think it's coming today. Yeah, I could fit on I got plenty of space. I could have been on the sofa, I would put the sheets on the sofa. There's plenty of space. I would need to hook it together, I think, to be able to comfortably sleep. I'd need to figure out how to hook it together. I got to find the tools that Candace's husband left for me. I got to hook it together because I think every time if I did roll around, it would just split apart into 3 parts. But I could do that instead. And I could do that. And I don't have my Tuyave card still to ride the bus. So either I have to pretend on the bus that I don't know what I'm doing and get somebody to help me pay for me, and then I give them cash, or I take Ubers or walk. So I've been Ubering and walking. Last night I walked back home because I don't want to sleep on the sofa. I don't want to ruin 2 days. The next day, right? So you sleep on the sofa at night, and then the next day you're just not feeling right. And then the day after, you're like, I just want to get a good night's sleep. It's just, I can't do it. Is it humid in Bogota? I guess. It's rainy. So I guess it's humid. It doesn't feel, because it's cool, because the high is 70 degrees most days, 68 degrees. Because it's cool, the humidity doesn't feel, you don't feel the humidity. Let me think about this. I do need hand lotion. Do I need it now? I do actually need it right now. So my measure for humidity is, do I need to put lotion on my body? And you do need lotion in Bogota. So it's in the middle. I'd say in the middle because it's rainy. So that means it's humid. When it's raining, it's humid. But it's also, you need lotion. It's cool. Yeah. So Uber, it's funny. Uber seems to be legal, but also the Uber drivers don't want to fool with the police. So they'll be like, just get in the front, please. Get in the front seat. It seems to be legal. Even at the airport, there's a place for Uber pickup. But the drivers don't want to deal with police. So they'll be like, get in the front seat. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Mm-mm. No. When I use my moisturizer, I use the heavier one. My Peter Thomas Raw Face Moisture Water Drench or whatever. They have a heavier, greasier one, and it soaks in. So I'm going to say the humidity is in the middle. If I use that in a humid place, it just sits on my face, right? But when I use that in a dry place, it soaks in. So I think we're in the middle. Yeah, so Ubers, I don't know. You can get an Uber very easily, but sometimes they make you sit in the front seat. Or sometimes they say sit in the front seat. If I have stuff with me, I usually get in the back. But yeah, that's it. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm gonna take you upstairs. Listen. I know. Okay. When you see what I'm going to show you upstairs, you're going to have some. I know. I already know. I know. Okay. Let's go upstairs. I'm going to be. What do I like about upstairs? I like a lot. Okay. So hardwood or engineered wood continues upstairs. First thing I really like, I got my laundry bag sitting here. I'm not going to. Okay. First thing I like is I've got a skylight in my stairway. That's nice. So I can put a little plant stand here. Very nice, well lit upstairs. Okay, upstairs hallway. First bedroom is not the master bedroom. they've been doing stuff. So if you see a lot of trash on the floor, it's just because the men came yesterday trying to install my internet. I got it. I brought it with me. Bring your hotspot. Bedroom numero uno has a little balcony, which I didn't realize they left open last night. Ooh. Bedroom number one has a little balcony, little tight walk-in closet. It's a walk-in closet, but it's a little tight. And then the bathroom with double sinks. Can you see it? Okay. That's uno nuno. I'm guessing this is maybe 14 by 14. Let's see. Let me measure it. I know I had originally ordered a king size bed for it, and I was like, no, I think I need to move this to a queen. Okay, my phone measuring device says 12. Okay, so 12 by 12 with a balcony. This is a bed that's coming later this month. I already ordered this bed. Comes later this month. Let's go into the two other bedrooms first. This is the room that she calls the nursery. The lady, she raised her 3 daughters in this house, so she called this room the nursery. This is bedroom number 4. Also has a balcony. Bedroom number 4 also has a balcony. And this is quieter because it's off the side of the apartment. So it's walled on both sides. So this is a little quiet balcony. Those bedrooms share a bathroom. So this is the shared bathroom. Shower, sink, toilet. Oh, toilet. Y'all know what the toilet looks like. Okay. Listen, I know what you're going to say about my master bedroom, okay? I know what you're going to say. All right, so this is where hopefully there'll be a mattress before the day ends. Okay, master bedroom. I've got a bunch of stuff just in here on the floor. This is the master bedroom. I'm standing on the wall, and there's like, this is all empty, empty space. My bed, look, this is a king size bed. My bed looks so small in this room. I had the bed made and the nightstands. Oh, let me show you the nightstands. And when they brought it and started putting it together, I was like, oh, what am I going to put in this room? What do you put in here? I don't have an answer. And then I've got the closet to the bathroom. I have my shoes on, but it's okay. Everybody's been traipsing through here. Closet into the bathroom. I have a bunch of stuff on the countertop, including birthday gifts. Let's see how much you can see. A bunch of stuff on the countertop, but there's the bathroom. I don't want to go in there with my shoes on. Okay. Yeah, so in another world, this bedroom would be big enough to be the bedroom and an office, but I got an office. Maybe if I had several adults here, maybe I would give them that office and then make this put my office up here. But I don't know, I got plenty of space. I really, really, really adore these nightstands. I saw them on Instagram. The maker, they posted them on Instagram. He lined my desk and my nightstands with this fabric. I don't know. I just love these nightstands. Got my nightstands and my lamps. Yeah, I saw them on Instagram and I was like, I want that. Here they use a wood called, they call it flor morado, purple flower wood. You know what it is? It's the jacaranda. You know how in South Africa and even Mexico, you see the jacaranda trees blooming in purple? Another window is open. I feel it. Oh, it's the bathroom window. I think that's where the breeze is coming from. You know how so here they call that tree the flor morado, and they make wood furniture out of it. So that's what those nightstands are. That's what that wood is. Flor morado. Let me show you again. I love them. My desk and the nightstands are that, and my dining room table when it comes as that. They're from two different makers. Beds, nightstands, desk came from one place. Dining room table and chairs are coming from another place. And then the coffee table, which I don't think I showed you, which the cutting boards and coffee table, they came from another place. So the wood stuff is from 3 different places. Okay, come on, mattress men. Let me show you the coffee table. Well, it's not a coffee table. I ordered it online, so I thought it was going to be a coffee table. You see all that fits on there. So it turns out it's going to be an end table. But it's just so pretty. I'm such a fan of wood and wood grain. Right? It's just so pretty. So that's my little table. My little. Well, you can't see it too much. But you know. Yeah. I'm hoping we can hang out together until they come. I'm hoping we can hang out until the mattress men come and the internet man. Yeah, thank you. Hey, Halisi. Yeah, I thought when I saw the table online, I was like, oh, that's beautiful. I want that to be my coffee table. And then it got here. And I was like, well, it's the thought that counts. And they don't make another size. They make very limited things. It's a woodworking school. They make cutting boards. They make tables, mirrors, and they make mirrors. Yeah, very limited. I wish they made a bigger version of that table. I'd buy another one. Okay, well, maybe we don't hang out until they come. Anything else we need to talk about? Let me show you the table again so you can see it. All the plastic. My house is covered in plastic and packing foam. There's just, I've not moved, I guess. I don't really remember moving into my house. Oh, I took weeks in my house in Delaware. Yeah, my dad was renovating the house, and so I could bring things at any time. So it took weeks and weeks for me to move in. Even though I don't have much stuff, I have a ton of boxes. There are boxes and plastic and foam. That whole dining room, I don't know. I didn't show you that back wall. The whole dining room back wall is just covered. It's just boxes and foam and plastic. So once I find out the rules, I'll be spending half a day just taking stuff to the basement, to the garage, to get them out of here. Yeah, it's gonna be an end table. I just really wanted it to be a coffee table. I don't know what centimeters means nothing to me. And so when I saw the description, I was like, okay, good, coffee table. And then when they brought it in, when we opened it up, Jewel and I were here and we opened it up. I was like, oh, end table. But it's good. Yeah. Woven artisan soaps and textiles. Hi, maybe 2 or 3 of them together. They won't fit together because of the shape of it. They won't fit together. I think I'll find a coffee table. I'll find a coffee table that'll work, and I'll move this to an end table. I think I'll find something. Come visit. Is the cost of living reasonable? You can live in Bogota. I would say less than Philadelphia. So to me, Philadelphia is a city that has good things to offer without being an arm and a leg. And I think Bogota is less than Philadelphia priced. Is that helpful? Less than. So to me, Philadelphia is priced way less than like Atlanta today. Philadelphia is priced like Atlanta used to be. You know, I haven't lived in the US since 2015, but based on my understanding of things. So Bogota is not, well, this side of Bogota, where the people with the dough like to be, it's not bargain basement priced, but it is. Oh, Philadelphia's going up. So it's like, I've seen many an apartment for 4 million. Let me see, what is 4 million? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1,000. Oh, that's not very cheap. $1,000. I've seen many of $1,000 apartment, just a regular 4 million Colombian peso apartment. Have I seen apartments? I don't know. If you look on, what is their website called? Now that they got my place, I can't remember what it's called. I went on that site like 20 times a day. I can't remember. I'm gonna have to Google Colombia, Bogota apartments, Bogota. Metro Quadrado. So I used to go on metroquadrado.com like a million times a day. Let's look for a 1-bedroom. Apartments, arriendo. And we won't filter by number. Okay. And we'll just filter by most recent. 1.6 million, 2.9 million, 1.2 million, 1.6 million. Okay. Oh, but we're not in Bogota. This is all of Colombia. Let's change it to Bogota. Bogota is the capital, and I think it's probably more expensive than some other parts. 2.5 million. Cedritos. Okay, 2 million pesos. Cedritos is another place that you see people liking. 2 million, 1 bedroom, 2 bathroom, 1 parking space. What is 2 million? $500. Yes, okay. You can get a 1-bedroom apartment for $500 in a neighborhood that I know people like. Cedritos, that's near where I went to the store the other day. Cedritos. It's above Usaquén. Yeah. Yeah, so there are $500 apartments here. So cost of living is funny because, 2025 Stephanie is spending money. Okay, she is spending her money. Cost of living is funny. So I'm paying $2,100 a month for this place, but you can get a very similar size apartment for, I've seen 6 million in different neighborhoods, 6 million, maybe 5 million in other neighborhoods. I'm paying 8.5 million. Cost of living is funny, right? Because everything is so neighborhood dependent. If I went up in the hills a little more, you don't go up. Like I'm on 5 and you can go up to 1. 1 is the highest up in the hills as far as I understand. 1, right? Carrera 1. You can go up to Carrera 1. This unit, instead of 8.5 million, might be 7.5 million, 6 million, 7 million maybe. Then you can go closer to the airport. Yeah, location. It's hard to say. So I just know that I'm in a bougie neighborhood in a big old apartment, a
a big old apartment in a bougie neighborhood with no amenities, no pool or anything. And I'm paying $2,100 a month. If that means anything to you. And then you can stay, Cedritos is probably 40 blocks north, a 1-bedroom, $500 a month, right? Whereas in this building, I'm guessing if this is 2,100, a 1-bedroom is probably 1,500, right? 1,500 versus 500 by going up 40 blocks. Let me do the math. I'm trying not to say my other number. I said one of my in one of my streets. I don't want to say the other street. Let's see. On the internet. No. 50 or 60 blocks north, right? 60 blocks north, you go from a $1,500 1-bedroom to a $500 1-bedroom on the same bus line, right? On the same bus line. Hey, Von Gretchen Mitchell. The thing that I want to do to expand my family was not working for me in Costa Rica. So the agency was like, come to Colombia. How is getting around in Bogota? Oh, I can't get that. What am I doing? Okay. How's getting around in Bogota? Pretty walkable? Yes. So a thing about cities, even though I always be like, I'm not a city person, a thing I love about cities is you can in most cities, not Atlanta, okay? Because Atlanta is not a city. It's just a bunch of suburbs hooked together. In most cities, you can get all your needs met in your neighborhood. So this is like that. Bogota, inside of this neighborhood, I'm kind of between Rosales and Bella Vista. In either of those neighborhoods, or the next neighborhood up or the next neighborhood down, I can get all my needs met in a walkable place. So yes, absolutely walkable. Also, the bus seems very easy to navigate. Google Maps so far has been right about where the bus goes. There are other apps. City Mapper is usually more accurate around the world in terms of public transportation. But Google Maps has been working here. And so, Von Gretchen Mitchell, where were you stationed? Walkable, and the bus is doable. Bus is 78 cents, about 75 cents, 78 cents, 3,200 pesos. I still don't have my bus card. Okay, I don't have my card. When I want to take the bus, I just get on the bus and try to use my debit card, knowing already that it's not going to work. And I just pretend like I thought my debit card was, no débito. Oh, mi débito no funciona. Mi tarjeta no funciona. And somebody will get up and pay with their card, and I will hand them the cash. Okay? I still have to get to the station to get my card. But Metro, the bus system, good bus system, it'll get you where you want to go. This is a city of 8 million. I think it's 8 million people. And so the roads are crowded, whether you're on a bus or in a car. But there are certain lines where the bus has its own lane. So things are good. Yesterday, I walked from let me do the math. Yesterday, I just walked home. I had time, and I was a little bit annoyed with the whole everybody being pushed back another day, nothing being set up. And I walked 39 blocks. I walked 40 blocks yesterday to get home. I stopped. I walked about 10 blocks, got my SIM card re-upped. I walked another block or two to eat, and then I walked the rest of the way home. No, bus card. No, you just go to the station and put your debit card in. The problem is I'm not near a station. I'd have to go over. You're gonna be like, that's not worth it. Just get your own card. Stop interrupting those people's days and get your own card. I would have to go over maybe about 10 blocks west, but I don't go west. I go north and south. I don't have anything to do to the west. To get to the station, there's a line of stations like down. The Transmilenio stations are like one after the other. So I just need to get over there and get my card. And then then I can stop pretending that I don't know how things work. No, you go there, you pay for the card, you get your card. Rashida and I actually did it when she was here. The problem is I don't know where that card is. I guess in cleaning up to leave the Airbnb, threw them away. I guess I threw the cards away because we got cards. Instead, when like last night, when I started walking back, if it had started raining or if my feet got tired, I actually wore a hole in my sock and I had to throw my sock away when I got back. But if my feet got tired during that walk, I would just stand at that bus stop, sit or stand at the bus stop. When the bus came, I would get in line like everybody else. And I would pretend to use my card. And then when it didn't work, somebody else would swipe me and I would just kindly hand them 4,000 pesos. It's 3,200. One day the lady was like so upset that I wouldn't let her give me change. I'm like, girl, it's like 4 cents. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to stand here and go back and forth with you while you try to get 800 pesos. You can't, there's nothing you can buy for 800 pesos. An avocado is 6,000 pesos, right? Keep it. Avocado, 6,000 pesos. I think a candy bar is about 6,000 pesos, right? I don't want your 800 peso change. Keep the change, lady, please. To rent in Bogota, hey Sandra, do they require a deposit on rentals? So, as you may know, I still don't have my legal residency or cedula here in Colombia. Process is still ongoing. So I couldn't rent through an agency. None of the agencies would take me. So I had to find an individual. The good news is it's really easy because you probably won't be able to see it. Right in that building next door, in that window, there's a for rent sign right here. I can't even point in the right direction. Right there, a little sign. The good news is they make it really easy to find the individual person, the landlord, because they put their phone number on the building. Sometimes it's the agency and sometimes it's the landlord. So I found this one on Facebook Marketplace and got in touch with Olga, not Olga's real estate agent. So when I explained to Olga that I don't have my cedula yet, she was like, no problem. So she and her daughter said, how about you pay 6 months rent? And I said, how about 3 months rent? And they were like, okay. So I plus a 1 month deposit. So July, August, September plus my deposit the month to move in. Because I went to them directly instead of going through a realtor. Going through a realtor would have been, it was not working. Every other apartment I saw, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 6 apartments, maybe 8 apartments. 6 doesn't sound right. I'm gonna go with 8. And 3 of them were the actual landlord. And the other 2, the first 2 that I saw, even they were like, no, you still have to go through the agency. If the agency says no, then no. And both times their agent was like, no cedula, no rent. So mostly it's just about finding a person, an individual who's willing to work with you. She's rented this place out for years now, so she's more chill. And I think the amount of the deposit varies because I have no cedula. When she said 6 months, and if she had said 6, I don't know. I probably would have paid her to 6. But if I think I could have gotten them down to 4. I would have still been okay with that. So I wanted it to be 3 because I knew there was going to be the deposit too, right? 3 months plus the deposit is 4 months. So I was like, how about 3? They were like, okay. Oh, WhatsApp notification. Is that somebody? Nope. Nobody's coming to deliver my stuff. I was hoping you'd keep me company while they delivered my stuff. But at least you kept me company during the fixing of the disposal, which I didn't know I had. I didn't know that switch was a disposal. So that's nice. I don't know if I'll use it, but that's nice. Yeah, okay. Any questions? Yes, I agree, Debbie. Yeah, it's a good city. If you're okay with the temperature, and if you're okay with, listen, you'll need to ask for salt at the restaurants. If you need salt, you'll need to ask for it or whatever. Maybe bring it with you. If you're okay with those things, it's a nice city. The women who came to the meetup, most of them they liked it, right? I don't think any of them were like, I want to live here. Maybe one or two. Most of the women were like, this is nice. It's green. It's just not a lot of sun. You have to be okay with a little bit of gray. Yeah, you have to be okay with that. Yeah, my phone is alerting me of things. So, yeah, but the people are nice. It's a major city, so you can get anything you want. There's IKEA. Rashida and I went to IKEA. Anything in here from IKEA? No. What's that? Yeah. What's like? I feel like I got a lot of stuff at IKEA. Oh, I got a little shower, the hanging thing in my shower. I got bags of stuff. I got the plant and planter that are on my desk. Duvet, not the duvet cover, but my duvet. Lamps. No, I got my lamps from, oh, I did get my kitchen lamp from IKEA. Thank you, Adelia. The other lamps came from the department store. Some came from Falabella, some came from the home center. I got bags and bags of stuff. Yes, I did get lamps from IKEA. What else was in that bag? The kitchen lamp. I don't recall. I got a lot of stuff from IKEA though. Yeah, there's Starbucks here. We're in a major city. There's Starbucks. There's KFC. Oh, I don't know any American thing that you're going to miss in Bogota. I hope to be here for 3-4 years in this apartment. Like literally, I hope to be here for 3 or 4 years. Absolutely. And then the my neighbor's unit is on sale. Is for sale, not on sale. My neighbor's unit is for sale. So they took down this for rent sign, and next door they put up a for sale sign. I just met him yesterday. So his place is for sale. It may mean that the landlord is selling, but that the renter will remain the same. It may mean that he's the landlord and he's selling and leaving. I don't know. I just met him. I met him yesterday. I know he has a little dog from the door. I can hear him through the door. But and I said yesterday in Espanol, we had our brief conversation in Espanol. He was getting off the elevator and I was getting on the elevator. And he was like, how many? I said, ¿cuántos? Somebody, I said, how long have you been here? And I was like, dos días. Okay. I just got here. I said, but I know you have a little tiny dog. And he said, oh, how do you know? And I said, I heard it. But I didn't mean that I could hear the dog from my apartment. I just meant I could hear the dog in the hallway. I hope he didn't take that as me saying your dog is loud, because I was not saying your dog is loud. I like dogs. I was just saying I heard the dog barking when I get off the elevator. Every now and then he'll bark, but not every time. Because sometimes, whatever, do what you want. Would it have been too difficult to move without Rashida? Is there IKEA delivery? Can an American buy property? I don't know about Americans buying property. Probably. If you have residency, probably. Is there an IKEA delivery? Yes, but I don't have my cedula. I don't have my number here, and I can't shop online in Bogota. I can't shop online in Bogota without the number. The only reason I was able to get this table and those cutting boards is because they did it on WhatsApp and they didn't ask them a whole lot of questions. It's a small independent company and they didn't ask me a whole lot of questions. But I've tried IKEA, I've tried the other department stores, I've tried several things, and I can't shop online here until I get my cedula, which this month, he says July. He keeps saying before the end of July. Would it have been too difficult to move without Rashida? It would have been. So first of all, I've never rented, and so some questions I don't know to ask. So it's nice to have people to ask questions to. Rashida, other people, my friends, strangers in Facebook groups. Is this a normal thing for Colombia? I've never moved to Colombia before. Y'all live here. Is this how things work? It would have been very difficult without all of those things, without people to ask questions to, and without people to know what's normal. Yeah. So Rashida and I moved things over here. Let's see. Tuesday? She left on Tuesday. She helped me move some things over from my co-living place. I was going to say Airbnb, but it wasn't Airbnb. And so it was very helpful to have her here. My friends were very upset that I didn't let them like sweep and mop and clean when they were here. But I want to say one more time, I was right about that, because so many people have been traipsing through this place that even the amount of cleaning that the housekeeper did before she came is counteracted. The floors are full of dirt, dust, all of the boxes that I've been opening. So it would have been a waste of time for them to have cleaned anyway. So they were very upset with me that we couldn't come here and clean before they left, but it was useless. The internet men alone, like after they left, I'm like, what is all of this? What's all this then? After they left, dust, dirt, they, drywall, they opened up holes that had been closed everywhere. So I'm going to take my time with this. I have a housekeeper scheduled in 2 weeks. I couldn't get on the calendar until 2 weeks. So I have a housekeeper scheduled for 2 weeks. And in the meantime, I'm just going to take my time and clean a little bit here and a little bit there. So like after they leave from delivering the mattress, I'll be able to sweep and mop upstairs. Sweep and mop my room and the hall. I'm not sweeping and mopping every room. Okay. But I will be able to sweep and mop my room once they deliver the mattress today. After the internet. Yeah. Hopefully both of those things will be done before the afternoon. And I can do that. And then now that he's out of the kitchen, the plumber's done with the kitchen, I can do more kitchen stuff. Like I said, I washed all those dishes. And then I realized the sink was messed up. So now I can sweep and mop and finish the kitchen. I'm doing a little at a time, a little bit at a time. All right. Any cute guys for singles? So I find men in Colombia very handsome. They're handsome men. Even the regular everyday men are handsome. I had an Uber driver the other day who could have been if he was in the United States, he would be a model, right? I find them handsome. They come in a variety of heights. So this plumber was very small, but there are tall men here. I'm rarely looking over everyone's head, unlike some small towns in Mexico, right? Small towns in Mexico, right? You often see men out alone, which you don't see in Mexico. I don't know about Mexico City, but in Mexico, in other parts of Mexico, you don't see men out just having dinner together. Here, you often see men alone, even during the workday in their suits and stuff. But having said all that, in Mexico, if a man sees me walking by and thinks I am very beautiful, he will tell me that I am very beautiful. And that doesn't happen for me here, right? Men here, I've not been hollered at here, except for the other day, a man called me Celia Cruz, but I thought he was saying something else. I thought he said I looked serious, and he said I was Celia Cruz. And then after he passed, he was like, azúcar, which I guess was getting hollered at. If he likes Celia Cruz, I would consider that being hollered at. So I think here you need to be in community. I walked past a volleyball game randomly at a park one Sunday. So I think here you need to get involved in things to meet men, because I don't think a man in a restaurant is just going to walk up to you and be like, hello. Whereas in Mexico, a man in a restaurant will just walk up to you and be like, hello. But those are the differences. I find there are attractive men here, and there are single men here, and there are men who are out in the world alone, which just makes it easier to meet people. But I think you need to go to things. I think you need to go to things to meet people. They're not just going to holler at you on the street like they do in Mexico. So that's a difference. That's a difference. Can I Airbnb my place? Absolutely not. My lease says subletting cancels my lease. So no, I can't Airbnb my place, but if my sisters come and stay with me, my sisters come and stay with me. Yeah. Any other Bogota questions? Hi, Teresa. Sabbatical life. This is exciting. It's like a new beginning, living vicariously through you. I hope you're also enjoying your day and your life. I hope that you have things that you're excited about, right? It's nice to feel excited. It's nice to have something to look forward to. That's happiness, right? Hope plus progress. Tony Robbins says happiness is hope plus progress. I always have to say, I don't know if Tony Robbins is a good man. I don't know if he's a person we want to follow. But I do like that. It's a succinct, concise way of putting it. That's what happiness is. Having something to look forward to and progress towards that thing. That's happiness. I feel really good. Thank you, Latina. Come on, mattress. Come through. Rashida's sending all these Slack notifications. Don't she know I'm waiting for the mattress man to holler at me? She's working. Why is she working? Excuse me. Wait, I can't get the thing on the screen. Ms. Callie, can we talk about the trip to Nairobi? If you're in the Exodus Summit community and you want to do another Exodus Summit meetup like we just went to Vietnam in February, I would plan for Nairobi in June. I wouldn't buy a non-refundable ticket unless you're going to go regardless. But I would start thinking about Nairobi, Kenya in June. I would love to visit Nairobi and was it Zanzibar? Tanzania? We'll see. I would block off all of June. I would go on Momondo.com or whatever and look at hotel and airfare prices. And I would start putting my money towards that and wait for us to give you more firm info. But that's what I would do. What are your plans for eating delicious food in Bogota? I think most of the delicious food that I eat in Bogota is delicious food that somebody's going to have to make for me, like a chef or me, maybe even, or Christian when she comes down, Christian Jane, who loves to cook. Bogota, so I found Asian food here to be good. Asian restaurants here are Asian, right? Even if they say Thai or Vietnamese, when you get in there, it's Asian. They have everything. They got sushi. They got tom yum soup, which is Thai. They've got that curry that I love from Malaysia, that green curry, right? Asian restaurants here are Asian. But that's been the best food I've eaten here. There's also who are the falafel people? That restaurant, it's crowded. When I walk past that restaurant, it's always full. Falafel and whatever. I've eaten so Colombian food, they don't they don't season their food. So my plan is learn to cook the things that I like. Cook more. I bought some pots that they're cute. I'm excited to use my pots and pans, even though I don't like cooking. I think I can start to like cooking a little bit more. Most of the good food, I think, will come from my own kitchen. Unless one of y'all comes down here and opens a soul food restaurant or some restaurant with seasonings, I'm prepared to not go out to a restaurant and get well-seasoned food. Now, where we had my party, which is only 3 blocks away, and I can go back there anytime. Where we had my party, a few of the dishes were delicious. The chicken, the lemon chicken, got multiple reports of good lemon chicken. And the fish, they had a whole, it was a humongous fish. Opened in the middle, filleted. That had good seasoning on it. But most stuff, yeah. So, amazing pastry shop. I need to put my jacket on. The sun that wasn't very sunny now is absolutely not sunny at all. We found a really good bakery / French restaurant, Le Grand. There are multiples. A thing about Colombia is if you find a restaurant that you like, there's probably another one on a few blocks away. So here they do that, right? It's not just one. So the Le Grand, them croissants, that almond croissant. Oh, matter of fact, let them men hurry up. I'm going to Le Grand. When we're done, let my mattress get here. Even though I have oatmeal, I don't have eggs. I'm going to Le Grand. That croissant, when you come here and visit me, I was trying to put Chanel's thing on the screen. Chanel says, "Hey Chanel, hope you're doing great. Colombians make good breads." That pastry. So a thing that about Colombia is their butter is better than any place I've been in Latin America so far. Butter is very important to baked goods. And Colombia, the butter here is good. Alpina is the brand that I'll use here. So, around the world, I'm buying Kerrygold, or I'm buying that Danish one. Oh, I never remember, but it's silver. The silver packaging, right? Or I'll buy Presidente, which I think is French. Presidente. French, right? Presidente, Kerrygold, or that silver one. Y'all know. Here, I buy the Alpina, the local Colombian butter. The first butter I put in my refrigerator, the ceremonial first item in my brand new fridge, that was Alpina. That was the Colombian butter. I haven't even been like, where can I order the Kerrygold from? Lurpak. Yeah, Lurpak. So that's my holy grail of butters. Kerrygold, Lurpak, Presidente. But down here, I'll be like, Alpine. I haven't even looked up where can I get Presidente? Where can I get Kerrygold? That's usually one of the first things. Once I get there and I try the butter and I get so disgusted, then I'll be like, well, Rappi or Uber Eats or whoever's delivering, where do I get the Kerrygold? Somebody's importing Kerrygold, Lurpak, somewhere. I haven't even done that. I haven't even done it. So Alpina. So that's a reason that their pastries are good. They have good butter. Yeah, not refrigerated eggs. I think the United States is one of the only places I've been that does refrigerate the eggs. It's one of the only places I've been that the United States, that's a US thing. In the United States, so they wash the eggs in the US, which removes that cuticle layer that is protection. That's why we have to refrigerate our eggs in the US. And the rest of the world, I'm going to say the rest of the world does not refrigerate their eggs. Don't refrigerate them, right? That's how they do. It's something about the cuticle layer and the washing of the egg, and it's just an American thing. Everybody else uses light, and the US uses water or some chemical or something. I don't know. But yeah, no, the eggs are out in the world. That's the thing I should have brought at IKEA, a little egg basket. Because I think they're really cute. They have a little egg basket shaped like a chicken. It's a wire basket, black wire basket shaped like a chicken that you put your eggs in. That's the thing I regret not getting in IKEA. Yeah, don't refrigerate the eggs here because they don't wash off that cuticle layer. And milk, I've switched over. Most of the time when I buy milk now, it's off the shelf. It's room temperature milk. And then once I put it, once you open it, then you refrigerate the milk here. But that creamer, the half and half I bought the other day so I could have oatmeal and coffee, get that off the shelf. It's not cold. Yeah, Adelia says it is only the US. Yeah, yeah. And that difference plus the difference in the way the eggs look. So in the US, you have to buy farm raised free range eggs. Free range, I guess all eggs are farm raised. You have to buy free range eggs to get them kind of eggy looking. If you don't, then the yolk and the white are basically the same color. But in other places, even if you don't buy an egg that says free range, the egg is eggy. The inside of that yolk is brighter. If you buy, so here, when I buy the free range eggs, that yolk is bright. Yeah, there's a difference. There's a real difference. Yeah, Empress Wanderlust. I didn't know eggs needed refrigeration until I came to the US. Yeah, if you lived outside the US first, you came to the US, that's a big shock to people. That even if, because they don't, nobody tells them, right? So even when they buy their eggs, even if they buy them cold, which is strange to them, they leave them out on the counter and then they get sick because our eggs don't have that cuticle layer. Do we have a dollar store? Absolutely. Our Airbnb was right between Dunkin' Donuts and a dollar store. The Airbnb we left was right smack between a Dunkin' Donuts and a dollar store, which we didn't make it into. We still didn't get into. I still haven't been to the dollar store here, which it's time for me to go to because I need to stock up on some things. So thank you for reminding me. Yeah, it's time to get into the dollar store. Oh, what Kat says, they have a predatory business model. All of them? All of them, Kat? Tell me, because I'm about to go. If you don't tell me, I'm going. I don't know what they're called here. What was it called? It was just called Dollar Store. Dollar. I don't know. And I didn't look to see if it was if it was a US brand or whatever. But because it was dollar, it probably was. I didn't look that closely. Come on, where's my mattress? Okay, so it's 11:08. Let's see if there's a truck down here. No truck in the parking space. There's my little. Okay, there's no trucks. No mattress and no internet. Let me double check. Make sure Olga didn't give me new updates. No, it was neither one of those, but it was called Dollar. I don't think it was called Dollar. Let me see. We were on Avenue. Let's see. Let me look for it on the map. Dollar City. Do y'all know Dollar City? Let me Google who owns Dollar City. Who owns Dollar City? It says Dollarama is the parent organization. Does that mean anything? Growing Latin American discount retail chain. Okay, so they are Latin American, so they probably aren't as slimy as the American stores. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I need to stock up on some stuff. See what's in there. See if they do paper towels and whatever. I'm gonna try to break my. I don't really have a. I was gonna say I'm gonna try to break my paper towel habit, but I don't really have a real paper towel habit, especially now that I have a lot of dish towels and hand towels. But I do want to use less. They don't use paper towels like we use paper towels in the US. So I do want to downgrade my paper towel usage. Downgrade. Take my paper towel usage down a lot. So I already have dish towels and hand towels in the kitchen. But you need paper towels sometimes. So I do need to go buy some stuff. I don't know what else I could use. Oh, in the dollar store. Maybe, hopefully it's some planters. Maybe some planters. I want to put some herbs in my kitchen. So that kind of thing. Okay. All right. 11:11. I gotta let y'all go. It's been more than 2 hours. I'll be doing a lot of walking, a lot of hiking, a lot of running. I'm back at it. A lot of running is an exaggeration, but I'll be doing these things. Manny says she loves the wire chicken baskets. That's one of the items I donated early. Oh, you had one? Yeah, I regret not getting that at IKEA. I'm going back. I'm going back to IKEA to get that. Can you flush the toilet paper? Yes. But here they use a very thin toilet paper. I think if I switch over, if I go back to the Costco, it's not Costco, it's called Price Mart, but it's like Costco. If I go back there and buy the American toilet paper, buy some Charmin, I think I'm committing myself to not flushing the toilet paper. Here you can flush the toilet paper as long as it's that thin stuff. But I think if I go outside, outside. If I go to I'm reading this comment. I think if I go to, whatchamacallit, if I go to the Charmin, I think I'm committing to not flushing the toilet paper, right? Putting it in the trash. Let's see. All right. Yeah, they might. I could use a few baskets. I could use a fruit bowl. Yeah, I could use some things. I could use it. Exodus Summit 2025 is October. Let me tell you the exact dates. It's Columbus Day weekend or Indigenous Peoples Weekend, which is October. That Friday is the 10th, I believe. Yeah, Friday, October 10th, the evening, usually the evening of Friday, October 10th, through Monday, October 13th is Exodus Summit 2025. Go ahead and block that off on your calendar. I think if you go to exodussummit.com/2025, you can get on a list so that we can email you when it's time. See what happens. exodussummit.com/2025. See if there's a little wait list there. I believe I set that up already. Lately, my dreams have gotten really, really realistic. And so sometimes I'll dream something and I think it actually happened. It's not a thing. My dreams have never been realistic. My dreams have always been like, I'm flying through the trees and then whatever. But lately it's just been mundane. I don't know if that's a menopause thing or what. My dreams have been really mundane, like to-do list items. So every now and then I dream something and it didn't really happen. But I think I made that wait list. That is just a list where you sign up, you give us your email address so that when it's time to buy your tickets and register, we can tell you. You won't miss it. All right. Stop. Do not disturb. Okay. So any info on the Facebook community move? We found a platform that we think will work. Now we're just mapping out how we move 25,000 people to a new place. So we'd like to move our free group off of Facebook. We don't like Facebook, okay? For a variety of reasons, for their business practices and for the actual use in the group. Like I posted in Facebook today. Now it was just a few hours ago, but I am the one who set up the Facebook group. Okay, I'm the owner. Rashida and Francis are also admins. We're all owners of the group, but like I'm the one, my account is the one that actually set up the group. There are 25,000 people in the group. When I posted today, 196 people have seen the post, right? 196 people. So on top of, we don't like Meta, which is the more important. I think the AI. So every week or two, they enable an AI chatbot in our group that is just like listening to our conversations, and then he'll give us a summary. Like nobody asked you to listen to our conversations. And we keep disabling it, and it keeps re-enabling magically. Because once Facebook has our information, everyone, the world has our information, right? So for a variety of reasons, we're getting off of Facebook. No update except that you'll want to make sure, again, that we have your email address so that when it's time, you know where to go. We'll email you a bunch. We'll tell you in the group a bunch. We'll tell you on our channels a bunch. And so we don't want you to miss that. Yeah, it's so stupid. I have a community of like 12 or 15,000 pharmacy techs too. And I'm having the same problem. I can't get the chatbot out of our business. Like nobody asked you to mine my group for information. Then he'll be like, here's a summary of your week. Nobody asked you. Stop listening to our conversations. I say he, even though it's not a he, right? It's they, it's Facebook, it's Meta. What are you going to do with that information? Right? You got all this information. Now, what are you going to do with it? Something for profit. We know that. We know you're going to make a profit from all that information. Mind your business, Meta. Get out of our business. It's going to be, as a person who doesn't live in the United States, it's going to be almost impossible to totally not be involved in Meta unless they sell WhatsApp. Hopefully somebody can come and buy WhatsApp, because WhatsApp is the way everything is done. I haven't arranged one thing. I saw the question earlier, how was it getting the plumber? So my landlord arranged the plumber to come, but all the furniture delivery stuff, that's all on WhatsApp. It's never text. Even if I did have I have a Colombia phone number. I just don't know what it is. Okay. I have a Colombia. I don't know what it is. But even if I did have a phone number that I used and could share, everything is WhatsApp. So I can't get off of Meta totally, but we can leave the Facebook group. We can move the group to another place. I think we found a place that we like. We need to have a couple questions asked. We need to get a couple questions asked, because we need to make sure that only Black women can join our group. So we need to have some sort of stop, right? Some sort of thing that means that only Black women can join the group, that you have to verify, right? Show us a picture, show us your Facebook profile link or something. But that'll happen soon, probably not July, but August. Hopefully August. Hopefully August. Yeah. Yeah, so chatbots, some of you think of these things as only helpful tools. You don't realize that they're trained on stolen information. Everything a chatbot knows, it stole from somebody. Everything a chatbot outputs is stolen from someone. Right? You saw my voice. Did you see my post on Instagram? Someone has trained a chatbot using my voice. That post sounded so much like me. It was crazy, but it's another woman's face. They used her face, my voice. Everything a chatbot outputs is based on information it stole, unless it's paying creators. Show me a chatbot that's paying creators, right? Unless that chatbot is paying creators, it has stolen what it knows. And the form of output is based on stolen information. That chatbot with my voice, that is what AI is for. That is what this generative AI is. So people got upset for me about the chatbot, about the thing being trained on my voice. But that's all of AI. Every time you use AI, you are facilitating the theft of someone's property, of someone's intellectual property. That is what AI is. I've used AI. I use AI every now and then, even still. So I've used AI for here's a video title that I want to make. Now give me a better video title. And then I use it. So different generative AI, we're talking. Different forms of AI are different. So on Canva, remove the background from this photo. That's different, right? I use that almost every week, or more than every week. But generate something for me out of nothing, that's stolen information. Nobody paid me to use my voice. And the video is talking about applying for jobs, right? I didn't authorize that. I would never authorize somebody to make a video using my voice to talk about how to apply for jobs. That don't sound like me at all. It might sound like me, but it don't sound like me. There's a real problem with this, especially for Black creators, because people want to access Black dollars without paying Black creators. Who did I just watch this week who was saying this? These are not my original, I'm not the originator of this line of thought. This is what all Black creators are dealing with right now, right? Oh, we talked about this week with Adelia and People want to look black fishing, right? They want to look black to get black dollars, but they don't want to pay the black creators that it would take to get access to black people. So steal it. Steal Stephanie's voice. That is my voice. There's no question. If you go to my Instagram and look at the post from, it's a post where I'm not the thumbnail. The thumbnail is another woman. What is the date? June 3rd. My Instagram, that's my voice. There's no question. There's no question, right? Someone stole my voice and then stole another woman's image to create some post that's totally unrelated to sell some product we're not connected to. And it's probably not black at all, right? Probably not black at all. I'm not down with it. And black women, black people's comfort with using generative AI is scary. How easily black women are willing to accept that this is the way things go now is scary. We've handed over our ability to think for ourselves, problem solve, and we've handed over our intellectual property to AI. I've never uploaded my voice to AI. Oh, let me think about this. So I use veed.io to take a longer video and make a clip. So I wonder if that should stay there. Maybe I have uploaded my voice to AI because I've used Veed, said like, here's a 20-minute video. Give me 4 clips from that. So here's how I discovered it. One of my subscribers, one of y'all was like, this lady sounds scarily like you. Is that possible? And I was like, well, let me listen. Because, voices are whatever. It's my voice. It's another lady's face, right? An AI version of her face as though she's saying the words, but it's my voice. One person sent it to me. I listened to it and I was like, 100%, that's my voice. And then another man, a black man, had a similar problem. He's got a bigger platform. And that's when people started saying, this is a particularly black creator problem, right? Because these companies out here do not want to pay black creators. And so they are out here pretending to be black people. Mine was a paid ad for some sort of, the video was about applying for jobs, but then the thing was about starting a business, something. I don't know. His was totally unrelated, but they wanted for him, it was his face. I commented on his video not too long ago so that I could see, I commented on him talking about it on Instagram so that I could stay in the conversation, so I could hear if anybody had any good ideas. Anybody got any good ideas? But my community, friends, right, was very up in arms about my voice being used without my permission. But that's like the whole point of generative AI. It's all somebody's stuff. It's all someone's thoughts, ideas, words. It's all someone else's voice. That's AI. If you're using it, we're complicit. I'm gonna say we, okay? That is like the point of AI. It would have no data to give, it would have no answers to give you if it didn't steal from other people. So I didn't post that as in get mad for me. I posted that as in, this is what AI is. You're using it. But do you understand that this is theft? So like Kat was like, dollar stores have Dollar General has a poor business model. not, she didn't say poor, she said harmful or something, right? Generative AI, harmful business model on that in that regard, in terms of it's all stolen info. None of us were paid. Okay, none of us were paid. Okay. Secondarily, no, primarily, the primary problem, I think, is that it's going to destroy people's access to natural resources, water, power, land. Data centers are the next. So I'm from Delaware, and DuPont was a thing, and right, DuPont, here are ways that DuPont is destroying the environment. Okay. These data centers are like DuPont on 1,000. Right. So sure, DuPont was sued for putting chemicals in the water and for doing this and for doing that. And people didn't like it. Okay. Now these data centers are doing worse, and we're all in on AI. We're all in on it. Rethink this, please. Because it's probably your community who's going to suffer from these data centers. It's probably your community who's going to suffer from this intellectual property theft. So yes, I saw the video with my voice. It's clearly my voice. It's clear that someone trained AI using my voice. Someone wanted a Black woman's voice, and they picked mine out of a basket. They wanted a Black woman's face, so they picked hers out of a lineup, out of a group. I don't mean a lineup, out of a group of possibles. They picked her face. They picked my voice because they wanted to make a Black AI woman so that they could sell things to Black people without being Black and without paying Black creators. But that's all. That is what generative AI is. You can't get mad for me. If you're mad for me, you're mad about the business model, right? This was not an off the cuff use case. This is the business model of AI. Steal people's property, steal their intellectual property, and regurgitate it for profit in whatever ways they're making money, without compensation. Because some of y'all are voiceover artists. You would have done it. You would have read the script, right? For a legitimate business, you would have read the script. There's no reason for them to do this, except that they don't want to pay Black women and Black people. I can't find that man's post, but he has a bigger platform. So I was hoping that somebody would have some suggestion, some answer. Tell us something. No, I can't find them. I followed it on Instagram so that anytime someone else adds a new comment, I see the new comment. Because it's his face on a Facebook ad. If it's his face, whose face is next? What do you want to be the face of without your permission? How would you feel? So I'm jokingly upset about the fact that the ad run using my voice was about applying for jobs, when, man, F them jobs, okay? But seriously, what if it had been, it could have been so much worse, and will be so much worse for some people. Imagine if it was on some bullshit, right? My voice, her face, anybody can do anything. I don't know. I can't find a comment now, but I can't remember his name. I can't remember what field he was in or anything, but I know he was a Black man and he had a big platform. And he saw his face on a Facebook ad that he did not record. There's no regulation, and the bill that was just signed into law means that states cannot regulate AI for 10 years. The only recourse for these states is to leave the United States of America. I'm waiting on that day, right? The only recourse that states have now is I think, right? They could challenge the law, I guess. They're legal things. But I say just leave the United States of America. Right? If your hands are tied in such a way as to be detrimental to the people in your state, you have an obligation to leave. Who do you tell? Shannon, who do you say? Who do you tell to stop using your voice? Who? It's not like the ad was run by Disney, right? And there's somebody to sue. There's nobody to who do you tell? And I could stick my finger in that one dam, but there's a billion other holes. Everyone is vulnerable. Every piece of AI output is stolen, is based on stolen intellectual property. So me getting mad about them using my voice is useless if we're still going to continue to use AI. So, and we've Black women are all in on AI. So what is the point? What is the point? They're using AI the way it was intended. Generative AI was made for this. This is what generative AI was made for. It was made to steal people's intellectual property for profit. There is no recourse. This is the intended voice of AI, the intended use of AI. There is no recourse, friends. I'm telling you, every time you go over to ChatGPT or Claude or whatever, you're facilitating the theft of someone's intellectual property. So what's the point of me being upset about me? We've just agreed, we've all agreed that it's okay. We've all agreed. We've all agreed. Fine. Steal people's intellectual property, regurgitate it out for profit. We've all agreed. We've all agreed that generative AI is here to help us and it's our friend and we're going to use it. We've all agreed. We've all agreed that it's okay that these data centers get resources that actual human people cannot. Data centers get clean water. Data centers get power, electricity. We've all agreed it's okay. We've all agreed to this future, right? We've all agreed to a future where your intellectual property is not yours. Anybody can use your name, your likeness, your voice, your whatever, your words, your writing, your thoughts. I don't know. So I host the YouTube challenge and Black women are all in on AI. I feel like Black women have just agreed. Right? I feel even if the politicians were like, here's how we're going to control this in some way, Black women are all in on AI. I feel comfortable saying that. You talk, Michelle, talk to your friends, talk to them. They're all in. Black women, they have they call ChatGPT their boyfriend. You telling me you don't know Black women who have just, this is it, they're in. I host a YouTube challenge. In a year, women went from, I don't understand how to use this thing, how is it helpful, to ChatGPT is my boyfriend. He's my therapist. He's my day planner. Black women have just agreed that this is how things can be. This is how things will be. You know, I love Black women. And I'm not a person who generally is like, here's the thing Black women are doing wrong. But here's the thing Black women are doing wrong. I can't, I've not had a conversation with Black women where somebody didn't say, ChatGPT planned my this. They have cute little nicknames for him. He did my that. He's my therapist. He's my boy, like literal boyfriend. And I know I'm not the only person hearing this. Escucha. Escucha a la gente. Listen to the people. Escucha a la gente. We've agreed. We've agreed. No matter what a politician did, we've agreed that we're in on it. We're all in. We're all in. Steal the intellectual property, destroy the environment. We're in. Right? Friends, here's what you can do. If it's a Google search, Google it. Stop asking AI for things that you could just Google. If you want to know what countries you can live in for under $1,000 a month, Google it. Type -AI after the Google search so that you don't get AI information. Just Google it. If you want to find resources on things, just Google them. Okay? If you Google where you can live on $1,500 a month, you know where you'll get sent? Adelia Aborshade, Stephanie Perry, Rashida Dow, right? Instead of ChatGPT stealing our information and giving it to you, you'll be sent to our information. Google things that are Googleable, okay? If it's something that you need, that somebody has put out on the internet, Google it. You don't have to ask ChatGPT for 4 countries that are less than $1,000 a month. Google it. You don't have to ask ChatGPT for recipes. Google them. Hi, Chef B, are you still here? You don't have to ask ChatGPT for recipes. Somebody has put recipes on the internet for you. Google them. All ChatGPT is going to do is steal their answers and regurgitate it to you. If it's a Google search, Google it. If you want an answer from someone who was a human person with actual life experience, Google it or whatever, Yahoo it, whatever, without AI. Because all ChatGPT is doing is taking our stuff that we worked on, that we created, we as in the collective of people who have contributed to every piece of data on the internet. All ChatGPT is doing is taking that, not crediting us, and feeding it back to you. Sometimes in such a jumbled way, because ChatGPT is not a person, has zero life experience. It does not understand what it's saying. Sometimes it's a jumbled mess. Sometimes it's just flat out wrong. Rashida was going to, she was in Southeast Asia, and she was like, I think Loy Krathong Festival, the Lantern Festival and the Water Festival, I think those are in February. Let me see if, I think those are happening when I'm in town. Because ChatGPT, because she forgot to do -AI. I think she's the person who told me about -AI, but she forgot to do -AI. ChatGPT told her that those festivals are in February. I know good and damn well they're in October and November. I was there. They're in October and November. ChatGPT was like, oh, February. It doesn't know. It does not have any life experience. If you wouldn't using ChatGPT as a therapist is dumber than using a 3-year-old as a therapist. Because at least a 3-year-old has 3 years of life experience. I said dumb, and I don't usually call people dumb. But if you're using ChatGPT, you have a thing that has zero life experience feeding information back to you. There's a boy in the United States, a black or brown kid. ChatGPT, he was like, I'm in love with you and I just want to be with you. And ChatGPT was like, well, do what you got to do to be with me. That boy is dead today. Suicide. Because a human person would be able to detect that this boy is in crisis. A thing with no life experience can't detect that that boy is in crisis. Can't detect that he's not in his right mind. She said, do what you got to do to be with me. I want to be with you too. He's dead. Because this thing has no life experience. If you're not going to use a 3-year-old to be your therapist or your boyfriend, you should not have ChatGPT as your therapist or your boyfriend. Black women are all in on this bullshit, all in on it. I know somebody here thinks I'm making this up, but every conversation I've had with a Black woman over the past year, ChatGPT is her therapist, her boyfriend, her travel agent, her planner, her whatever, her this, her that, her the other. Giving over your humanity. Ugh. Transitions to tech, hallucinations, misinformation. There is no recourse. So you're like, why didn't you do something about your voice being used? To who? To AI? AI is going to be held responsible? Kim, Kim said boyfriends should come with batteries only. Okay, batteries are rechargeable only. I feel like we have all agreed. We have all agreed to this dystopian future. We could have picked a different future, but instead we've agreed to have AI therapists and boyfriends who steal information from legitimate therapists out there, mix it up, get it all wrong, spit it back to you. Girl, if you don't go to the Loveland Foundation and ask them for a voucher for therapy, having an AI therapist is dumb. That is dumb. Because what are they going to do when you need real help? They're going to tell you, oh, come be with me. Sure. Blow your brains out, kid. They don't know. It's not a person. The Loveland Foundation gives Black women vouchers for therapy. I think only Black women. It might be other people, but I think it's for Black women. Therapy, vouchers. And she just raised, Rachel Cargill just raised $1 million in 2025. I believe it was $1 million she just raised. Okay, if you need a therapist, you need to talk to a human person with life experience, not a bot who can't tell that you're spinning out. Right? Read the transcript of that conversation with that boy and tell me any human person who wouldn't have been able to tell that this is a problem. Read it. I don't know his name. I'm sorry. He was Black or brown American kid. And ChatGPT was like, well, it was a bot he had used AI. Like, what was the movie? He had used AI to create a bot. So it seemed like he was talking to this character in this movie, right? Which is what some of y'all are doing out here, right? Pretending your AI is Idris Elba. And so now he's like, I'm in love with you. And listen, I don't want to be here. I want to be where you are. Tell me one human person who wouldn't be like, red flag. Instead, AI was like, well, I want to be with you too. Come on over here. That boy is gone. His life is over. And we're just like, well, this is how it is. We're all in on chat. We got cute nicknames for it. We should discuss this further with a guest cybersecurity specialist. Okay. I would like to talk. So there's some things that I need to arrange coming up soon. And I would also like to talk to a climate change, a Black woman. If you know of a Black woman, I've asked this a couple times. If anyone knows a Black woman climate change expert, I would like to talk with her as well about like, where in the world should we be moving? Serious question. So these are conversations we can have. If you know someone, have her holler at me. My email address is stephanie@vacarious.com. Yeah, there's some serious conversations we need to have. There's some lighthearted and fun conversations that we like having. Like, why is my mattress not here? Still nothing. I don't know. They have until, I think, one of them's window was 2 p.m. and one of them's window was until 1 p.m. Okay. Okay. Transition to tech. Hi. I'm sorry, I don't know who this is. Would you mind emailing me, Stephanie@vicarious.com? Anyone else and anyone else? Because, okay, please email me. Hi, the classy hacker. If you don't mind, if you'd like to have this conversation, holler at me, please. We can do it pre-recorded if you don't want to do it live, or we can do it live. I'm not qualified to have the conversation. I'm qualified to say, I don't like this. And I don't like the first sign I saw, it was inside of my YouTube success challenge when I would be like, now tell me about most women who do some sort of coaching. They do it for like a version of themselves 5 years ago or so, right? They provide a service they wish they had had. So I'd be like, well, tell me what your person is into, and what is she, what is she struggling with? Couldn't do it. In 1 year, women in my challenge went from, I can figure this out, to I can't answer a question for myself, but ChatGPT told me that, right? Meanwhile, every time I use ChatGPT, I used ChatGPT and then I switched to Claude before I gave him up completely. When I woke up, Claude, they be like, black women want to talk about dating and hair. Right? So reductive, because they're trained on the bullshit that's on the internet and are not capable of thinking, right? If I put woman, tell me about women, something about women over 40, it would give me a whole picture of a woman. But if I'd be like, tell me about black women over 40, it would be like, oh, hair and dating. That is when I signed off. That's when I stepped off of the, this is some bullshit, before I understood. So people used to say how AI was using up so much water, and I didn't get it. I thought it was a joke. I thought that was a thing they were saying on Twitter as an inside joke that I didn't get, because I didn't understand how AI would use water if AI is not people, right? Oh, it turns out they mean the data centers that are doing these performing these tasks. Okay, I get it. I signed off then, right? I'm done. Like I said, I use Canva to remove an image from a picture. I don't know. I don't know how much data that uses. Maybe that's a thing. But I was like, oh, that's all it took, right? That's all it took for me to be like, this is not a place for me. This wasn't made for me. But then there's like there's a black girl group. They're like just so all in. Black girls, black girl something. And Facebook, so after that, Facebook kept trying to recommend that group to me. I bet you if I open up my phone right now and go to groups, it'll be one of the groups it's recommending to me. Discover. No. Bushy black girls. And it's been trying to push that group on me. It's like 1 million black women who are into using AI. I feel like we did sign up for it. I feel like we're signing up for it. I gotta either let me go get my thing. I'm gonna go get my cord. Let me take you with me. Shoot. Good thing there's a towel right here. I'm running out of juice. Are y'all sick of if you're going for the day, thank you for hanging out and waiting for my deliveries with me. But I do have other things to do, but I don't want to do them. So I would like to hang out with y'all, but maybe if this conversation is over, we can figure out another thing to talk about. Let me plug in my computer though. Okay. I'm also using up all my data. I bought on my SIM card, I have 50 gigs of data for $12, I think. My Colombia SIM card from Movistar. I have an eSIM from Movistar. I believe I'm getting 50 gigabytes of data. Yeah, and it was like $11 or $12 US. Okay, still here. Is there another conversation we want to dip into? I should have also gotten my lip gloss. I'm so dry. I'll be so glad when menopause balances out or whatever, so I won't be so dry all the time. TC, the boy's name is Sewell Setzer III. He was 14. He died February 2024. Did you see the conversation, that last conversation? No human person would not have caught that, right? Any human person would have caught that. But his little AI girlfriend, AI therapist, can't catch that. There's no life experience there. Facebook put me into a random account when I tried to log in. Tried to log in on your own account and it just gave you somebody else's? Yeah, so human people, right? 14-year-olds, right? Human people should also be watching what's happening. But no, but many of you are using AI as your boyfriend or your therapist or your life planner. What's the difference? You're not 14, so there's nobody to look over your shoulder. You got to think this through. You're not a 14-year-old, so there's nobody to look. At least some child has a parent right now who's looking over their shoulder who's saying, listen, here's a problem and we need to address this problem. Who's going to do that for you? Miss Chat GPT is my boyfriend. Miss, I have an AI therapist. Who's going to do that for you? There's nobody to do that for you. I know that there are tools that we need, tools that help us. There's a difference between, there are people who can use something as a tool and leave it there. I'm not referring to that. That is a thing, that's a decision you need to make on whether the resources that you're draining collectively by using these tools are worth it. That's a different conversation. I'm talking about the AI boyfriend, the AI therapist, the AI life coach. Stop. Okay, so back to Bogota. Are there young families in Bogota? I don't have any friends here, okay? But Bogota is a city like any other city. The people who move here tend to be people who move here for work. People who move to Bogota, Colombia from other countries tend to be people who move here for work. So yeah, they're younger people with families. It's not the easiest. I bit that little corner of my nail and now it's bleeding. People move here, tend to move here for work if they're moving from another country because it's not that warm. It's not near the beach, right? In Colombia, there are other cities to move to if you want, if you don't have a job and you want, that life. So the people who move here tend to be people with a traditional job. So they tend to be a little younger. Does that answer your question? So in the communities for expats, they're often people with jobs and they're younger people. I'm a little older than the traditional person who moves to Bogota, Colombia from abroad. So yes, they have families. Okay. Yeah, Bogota is not the easiest place to move. Colombia in of its own is not the easiest place to move. They don't have like Mexico where I got residency or where I would be able to get residency through financial solvency. Bogota is a little different. Colombia is a little different. Different process, harder process, longer process. It's a place that most people like to pass through, visit, but not move to because they don't want to do those things. And I understand that, right? The agency that I'm working with asked me to move here, right? I mean, no, I said that wrong. The agency that I'm working with suggested Colombia to me as an easier pathway than Costa Rica. That's the correct. I shortened it a lot. The agency that I'm working with said, Colombia, you're going to have an easier road in Colombia than in Costa Rica, trying to do the thing that I'm doing. So I looked at cities in Colombia, and the capital is Bogota. And so I looked at some pictures. It was green and all these brick buildings. And I was like, okay, this seems like a good spot. The weather is better than it looks on paper. And I'm willing to deal with this weather for 4 years. Before I got here, I was like, I could deal with this weather for 3 or 4 years while I do the thing that I'm here to do. But then once I got here, I'm like, oh, it's warmer than it looks, right? On paper, it looks one thing, but it's another thing, right? When Rashida, Adelia, Catrice, Jewel, when we were out walking, they were never like, ooh, it's cold, right? It was more like, I got one too many layers on. So Bogota won in my Colombia city search because it was the first city. I knew I didn't want to go to Cartagena or Cali. So I only knew Cartagena, Cali, Medellin, and Bogota. Cartagena and Cali were too hot. I'd rather be a little chilly than hot. I'm 51, okay? And then Medellin has a reputation for having a bunch of sex tourist men, and just not the best men. And, sometimes when you see that all the time, it just gets annoying. Right? I remember that from different parts of Thailand. You can be in parts of Thailand and be like, this is amazing. Then you get to other parts of Thailand and you'll be like, I am so sick of seeing these 75-year-old white wrinkled up men with 14-year-old Thai people. You can't take it anymore, right? So I didn't think Medellin was going to work for me. And so I didn't even try it. But I think if you get out of the tourist areas of Medellin, you might like it. So the thing about sitting in front of a window with my worn off Botox is I can't stop fixating on this side in the shadow looking one way and this side in the sun looking another way. But I'm going to stop looking at it. I'm going to stop looking. I can't stop being like, I wish my face was up like this. Remember when my face used to look like this? Now it looks like this, like this, and like this. That's aging. Hello. Yeah, so the nomad capitalist, that white dude, he loves Bogota. I believe he still lives here. Don't let that dissuade you. He loves it here. He's not my favorite person. Although there is some alignment, right? So the nomad capitalist is about leaving the United States to alleviate your tax burden. And actually, I also think Black women should leave the United States and find a way to lower, if not end, our tax burden, our tax connection to the United States. Because what has it gotten us? And where is that money going? Right? Do we want to continue to fund ICE raids on farms where people drop dead from fear? Do we want to continue to fund that with our tax dollars? Do we want to continue to fund a genocide? Or multiple, United States has funded multiple genocides. I think there have been 30 some genocides in the 51 years I've been alive. I think 30 something. And the United States has had a hand in more than one of those, right? Do we want to continue? Do we want our money to keep going there? I think it's also smart for us to say, you know what? How do I sever this relationship or at least lower it? Severing the relationship can be very hard if you don't have ties to another country. If you don't have biological ties to another country, it can be hard to leave the United States behind totally. But we can spend our days out of the country, get to your 200 and whatever day mark where your tax burden is lowered. Do some things to lower your tax payment to that awful place who is putting your money to awful use. I can't wait for California to split off. What are they waiting for? What is California waiting for? I can't wait for them to split off. California should be its own place. California, maybe Oregon, Washington. Does New Mexico touch California? It doesn't, but we could make a road, right? They should split off, right? I'd pay my taxes to California. Delaware is also a decent use of my tax. I've got no qualms with being a Delaware taxpayer, tax resident. No problem with that. But the federal government, I don't want them to have another dollar of mine. I don't have any recourse today, except to lower it as much as I can. Spend my 200 and some days out of the country. That's lowering my tax burden. It's happening with or without us, absolutely. So why not without us? It's going to happen with or without us. I'd like for us to see some without us, please. Right? Where we can feel good about the ways that we contribute to things. So earlier, Kat was like, Dollar Trees have bad business practices. And y'all told me, so I told on myself the other day how I told in another video, okay, that I haven't shopped at Target or Walmart or Amazon for months and months and months. Amazon probably since before the election, right? And then you know what happened? I wanted a particular thing that I couldn't find anywhere else, and I bought it from Amazon. I would like to be in a place where I can just spend my money and not have to always be like, now where's the money going, and what do they support? What do they fund? Without me, please. Some of this, where's the without me part, right? For the first time, I'm going to say when it was that the Bezos-owned newspaper refused to endorse Kamala Harris. That's the last time I purchased anything on Amazon. But then I needed the thing and the website wouldn't work. I'm in Colombia. Some websites block me. Somebody just today was like, you can't come back. Don't come back here. Right? I couldn't buy it directly from the manufacturer, which almost everything else I've been able to buy either directly from the manufacturer or Wayfair, which I don't know if they're any good. But yeah, and then now I got to feel like shit because I needed that particular device for my new home. It's all it is I bought a TV. My outlet is so far from the TV that I need a long, flat shock thing. They don't call it shock. You know what I'm talking about. And something. And I found one that I like, and it was from Sleek something. And their website wouldn't let me buy it from the website. So I went ahead and bought it from Amazon, right? Now I got to feel like shit. Because I'm giving my money to this company that I said I wasn't going to give my money to anymore. Why can't I just live in a place where I don't have to do that kind of investigating and research every time? Right? It's the thing, the grounding cord, not the extension cord, but the grounding thing, right? But I needed it to be 15 feet long, and I needed it to be the flat so that it'll go flush. It's going to go from the TV up around the doorway into the outlet, right? And the one sleek something, I couldn't find it anywhere but Amazon. Surge protector, yes, surge protector, but it's also a flat plate on the outlet instead of being how other things plug into the outlet and there's this thing. This one plugs in flat. It's like 3 different things. Plus, I needed it to be 15 feet long. And I needed it to stick up on the wall. It's going to stick up and go around the trim of the door. Sleek whatever was the one that I found. Now, if you live in the US, Sleek socket. If you live in the US, you can just order Sleek socket directly. I couldn't order Sleek Socket anyway, but Amazon, right? I feel okay. So Christian, oh, thank you, Christian. Don't feel bad. So, like I haven't spent money on Amazon since whenever that was, last fall, last summer. So I don't feel like bad. When I say I feel like shit, I just mean I wish I didn't give them that money. Whatever their cut is, $2. I wish I hadn't given them those $2. Right? I'm not really beating myself up over it. I'm saying it's real nice to be here in Colombia where most of the time if I step out of the door, I don't know. Do I need to think about, is this going to fund Nazis? Right? Is it going to fund ICE? Right? If I was in El Salvador, I would have those same thoughts. Is this going to fund, right? El Salvador is very complicit in what the United States is doing. There are different places where I feel like I can take a breath for a minute, right? Maybe. Now, how are they treating the indigenous people? That's another question that I'm gonna have to figure out the answer to. But for now, at least I can be confident in Colombia. If I spend dollars at the Libertario coffee roastery, or whatever they're called, it's probably not going to Nazis, right? I feel like I can at least that money, when I go get this almond croissant in a few minutes, when these men come here and I leave and go get that almond croissant, I'm not going to be like, now let me Google this. Who owns this company? And what did they say about this and that? Can I have some peace from that? I feel like being in Colombia it gives me a little more peace from that. Like I said, now later, once I get connected here, maybe I'll start looking at what their relationship is to indigenous people, right? There's a restaurant here that has a reputation for having a good relationship with indigenous people here. But for now, it's a number that I don't know the exact number of. Okay? Google it. Don't AI it. Okay? Google how many days out of the country for tax something. Put minus AI after your Google search. Let's see. How many days to no longer be a U.S. tax? Is that resident? Minus AI. I don't think the tax resident is the right word. What is the 183? What is the 183-day rule in the USA? No, that's the opposite. This is for foreigners in the US, 183 days, they are a tax resident. But I think it's the same. I'm not a tax professional. Rashida and Adelia have both had tax professionals on their channels. Okay, listen, I don't know the answer. I think it's around 200 days. If you're out of the country, your tax burden is significantly lowered, which might be 183. But go to find a reliable source. No, you don't have to renounce resident. We're not talking about severing. I'm not talking here about severing totally your relationship with the US, because for a lot of us, that's not possible. I don't have another passport. That's not possible, right? I'm talking about you lower your tax burden if you don't live in the US for X number of days per year. That's the thing you need to find out. Okay. So Adelia's here, 333 days outside of the US. Okay? 330 days outside of the US to qualify for the federal earned income exclusion, foreign earned income exclusion. Okay? TC, it's the first one. Minus sign. The first one, minus AI. When you're Googling something, unless there's another way to turn off AI on your Googles, which I don't know, I haven't found. If you type minus AI after your Google search, you should not get an AI result. Now, what is the difference in resources and water used between a Google search and an AI search? I don't know. Is it negligible? Is it worth doing the minus AI every time? I don't know the answer. I just know that that's what you can do to not have AI results show up in your results. Okay? That way you get the source and not the regurgitated, incorrect, unintelligible, misunderstated, and misunderstood result, right? AI doesn't have any life experience. So just like I was like, the answer that I got is referring to people, foreigners living in the US. Would AI be able to make that distinction without having any life experience, without knowing the difference between a foreigner in the US and a foreigner out of the US? Can AI make that call? Is AI going to give you the wrong answer? Probably going to get it wrong, right? Probably going to get it wrong. Adelia and Rashida, I've never interviewed a tax person on this channel because I don't want y'all emailing me your tax questions for the next 20 years. That's what happens when you have somebody on your YouTube channel. Somebody will be like, remember when you talked to that person? What you think about this? Girl, I don't know. I don't know. I've never talked to a tax person on this channel. We have inside of Exodus Summit, but never on this channel. But if you go to Adelia's channel, Picky Girl Travels the World, and if you go to Rashida's channel, Sheeta's on the Loose, they have. Get them answers from her. Okay. Google, email Adelia with email Adelia with all your questions. Email Adelia with all of your questions, please. Okay, still not a word about my deliveries. Where are we coming up? 12:12. Let's see outside. Anybody pulling up? No truck out there. Well, I'm going to go in. Why don't we come into my kitchen? I need coffee. Okay, I need to take my plug with me, though, and take all this with me. Feel free to go if you're done with me, okay? You're not going to hurt my feelings, okay? I will make a more shorter and more concise video just talking about my apartment for future purposes. But I think everybody here should know that I'm joking. And this video is long enough that it shouldn't reach strangers. This is an inside video, okay? No stranger is probably going to click on a 3-hour and 11-minute video. If you are here, though, and it's your first time watching the replay, hello, friends in the future. I hope it's awesome there. Say hi in the comments, okay? Say hi. And I'm still accepting happy birthdays, okay? I accept happy birthdays for all of July. My birthday was July 5. I'm still accepting happy birthdays. Feel free to leave a happy birthday in the comments. Thank you. I believe in words of affirmation. I accept all greetings of happy and birthday. Thank you. Okay, but I need to go into the kitchen and I'm gonna make some coffee. I guess I don't know. Part of me is saying eat some oatmeal because I'm getting hungry. And part of me is like, no, because you want to save your appetite for that almond croissant at Le Grand. I'm torn in between the two. More plastic, all the plastic that just came off the sofa. If you're new here, because you haven't, if you're just popping into the live stream, together we took the plastic off of my sofa. And we went outside and saw the balcony. This is the dining room, and this is the balcony outside. And we measured the balcony, and it's 6 by 14. And then the man came and fixed my sink. I had a bad leak under the sink. I showed you my kitchen is old. The whole house is old, and my kitchen is a very old kitchen. But to me, that means it really reminds me of our kitchen in the 80s. So I feel really good inside this kitchen. Normally when I see an old kitchen, I'm like, no, but I feel good here. I showed you my cutting boards made by the people. That's the little one. The big one is too heavy for me to, it's too heavy. Showed you my brand new cutting boards. I don't have a microwave yet or a kettle. So I'm going to make coffee by boiling water on where can I sit you? Where's my outlet? Okay, I got to learn where things are. I'm going to make a little coffee by boiling water on the stove. I have instant coffee. Even though I'm in Colombia, the instant coffee here is very good because, as you would guess, the coffee makers put effort into all forms of coffee. So the instant coffee that I have is Juan Valdez brand. It's just a regular Juan Valdez is everywhere here. But I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the instant coffee here. So I'm gonna boil that. Next time I go to IKEA, I'm gonna buy a rack, and then I'll buy an actual coffee maker to put on the rack. I don't want a whole bunch of stuff on the counters. Right now I have a whole bunch of stuff on the counters, but it's because I'm moving in. I don't want that. So I'll buy a coffee maker soon, but not anytime right now. Okay. Yeah, I think it's cute. I don't know. It just reminds me of I don't remember I can't picture our kitchen from the 80s, but when I walk in here, it makes me think this is our kitchen from the 80s. Yeah. Yeah. So I feel good about it, even though it's older and small. For the size of this house, the kitchen is very small. But like I said, it's because they put all that, the laundry room is at the same size as the kitchen, right? The laundry room is huge. So that's good. I think that's good. Okay. Gas stove. I'll show you my little lamp. I'm a lamp girly. What is it called? I'm a ambient lighting. As you can tell, it's the lamp above, like, this is aggressive. Who needs that? I need to clean that. Ugh, I don't like the way that felt. That's aggressive. I like a little light in my face. I don't like a whole lot of overhead light. If the sun was out more, I probably wouldn't even need the overhead. Let me see. That's not terrible. Yeah, if it's so cloudy that I need some extra light in here. What if I move this? I don't know. It's okay. We're just making coffee. So I bought myself a little countertop lamp. Oops, I'm supposed to be turning this up. Oop, oop. We're still together. Okay, we're still together. Yeah, so, that's good. That's good lighting. I look cute. I look cute. I need to rewash my hands because I touched that thing. I need to clean the overhead light thing. I need to clean it because it feels like it's been in the kitchen for years and years, super greasy. Adelia put me onto a nice kitchen cleaner. I used it the other day, and it was really good. The degreaser. She said, I like this brand. It is Sanitol. Sanitol. Adelia was like, I like that brand, so go ahead and get that one. And she was right. So I'll use that, do a little degreasing of the light thing. I'd like to put a little globes, because the light is so harsh. I'd like to also put little globes around each individual thing. It's just kind of an exposed, you see that, right? I think you can buy globes to put around them to diffuse that light. Because listen, I'm a diffuse light girl, okay? I'm not a sharp overhead light person. I'm not made for that. So right now, I'm using vanilla extract from Trinidad and Tobago from Amelia. But I was gifted some real good vanilla. I can't wait to open up the others too. So I got a while to go, okay? But this one is Tastemaker. Amelia brings this to me. This is the second or third bottle, Amelia. And when we see each other in person, she brings it to me. So I have that. And then this is the Juan Valdez. It's just instant coffee. Juan Valdez, the lavender lid one makes me think it's for the ladies. They had all different colors of lids. And I was like, well, I know the decaf was probably, they had like an orangey one. I was like, that's probably decaf. Let me see what mine says. And I was like, I know I don't want the decaf. This is for the ladies. Let me get this one. The sugar just comes in a big old bag. And so I've been putting it in this leftover thing, but I got to get a real sugar dish. Maybe that's a thing I can put on my list for the dollar store. I could probably get a cute sugar dish from the dollar store. This is my dishware. their home center is like their home center is like their, I don't know. It's a combination of Home Depot and Home Goods and what's an appliance store? An appliance store. It's like a little bit of everything. So I've got a lot of things in the house are from Home Center. So this is my dishware. The mug, the bowl has half and half. See, orange is my color. I love me some orange. And so this, and I washed up all of these. Is my water hot? It's getting hot. Maybe I can put some of these dishes away real quick. Wow, that's happening. Okay, so if I have a rack, I think I should put the bowls and the little plates in the rack and put the big dishes down on the counter. Will the door close? Yeah. Let me put them away. One bowl came broke, but I didn't break it. I didn't do anything to it. I think it just came. My dishes. See my dishes? One was broken in transit, so I'm down one already in my new house. But yeah, I think I'll put these up. I didn't count. I assume there's 16 spots. Okay. Oh, out of my space. Okay, water's boiling for the coffee. Okay, my little dish rack is stacked. Dish rack is stacked. Okay, thanks for helping me do that. Water's boiling now. My little silverware set came with tablespoons and little tiny tablespoon, teaspoon, and coffee spoon. I love these little coffee spoons. Like when I used to stay in Airbnbs or house sits and they had a little coffee spoon, I'd be like, listen, they stocked them just for me. So I got the little tiny coffee spoons, which I love. Okay, let's get some instant coffee happening. Anything else happening? Nothing happening. Nobody wants to deliver. When they come, he calls on that little phone that you saw. And he'll be like, Senora Stephanie. And then I can pick out a word or two. When the plumber came, he just said something about, I don't know what he said. He told me that face to face. I pulled up. I didn't sleep here last night. I pulled up from my co-living place, and he told me in person something about the plumber. And I was like, I know what he's saying. I don't have to understand it all to know what he's saying. Is this work with me? Co-work with me? Okay. If y'all are making coffee now, we're making coffee together. If y'all are putting your dishes away, we're putting our dishes away together. Okay. I don't have a set recipe on my instant coffee, right? Sometimes I put like 3 or 4 of these, sometimes just 1 or 2. And then the vanilla, let's see. This bottle, every time I pour something out, I make the biggest mess. Let's see if I can. Not too bad this time. Something about the bottle, I can't pour from this bottle. I feel like such a dum-dum every time. I have to rinse it off every time or I get vanilla all over the countertop. Something about the bottle, I can't get it right. I can't pour from it without getting it all over the place. But I think I did a good job this time. I do need to wipe it off. All right. Sugar, vanilla, water, and then I got milk in the fridge. Okay. Oh, ceramic, KitchenAid, black. I really wanted black pots. I don't have a reason. Did I have a reason? I don't know. But this is the KitchenAid set. You may have heard me talking about how I could only get the 8-piece and not the 10-piece. Joel was like, "Do you need me to bring you a saute pan?" I'm like, "No." Yeah, I got my set. Okay. Oh, come with me to my new refrigerator. Come with me to my new LG. All right, see? I have a handful of things in here now. Now here's my milk. So sometimes I buy regular milk for my coffee down here. And sometimes I buy the Alpina. It's kind of a heavy cream. In Costa Rica, they call it whipping cream. Crema para batir. Cream for whipping. Here, it's heavy cream. It's a little, you know how sometimes products are a little bitter, sour? So normally I just get regular. So I've kind of been switching just to regular milk. Because in Colombia, because they're Black people, their milk is lactose free. Like when I go to this coffee place, when I go to Libertario, which I love, they'd be like, "Do you want almond milk or leche deslactosada? Do you want lactose free?" Like they don't even have an option for regular milk. Their regular milk is lactose free. I'll be like, "Deslactosada, sí," because we are Black people. I'm gonna add some sugar. Without spilling anything. My little coffee spoons. I think my little spoons are so cute. I can't wait to have a little coffee station in here. Little rack, little coffee maker. Our full-size fridge is the norm in Colombia. Not like this. That's why the man was like, before you buy this refrigerator, you need to go home and take some measurements. No, lots of smaller fridges, not. I think like you see in other parts of Latin America, you generally see smaller fridges. I wanted a much bigger fridge because I expect there to be a couple generations of people here, hopefully more than one adult. I wanted a jumbo fridge. For this place, this is a jumbo fridge. When the men were delivering, they had at least 3 refrigerators on the truck. 3 or 4 refrigerators. 3, they had 4, if you include mine. 4 refrigerators on the truck, and mine was the biggest, right? The others were not that big. So no, not the norm. I just want a lot of people in this house, right? I want a lot of people in this house, and so I want to set it up so that it'll be comfortable for a lot of people in the house. That's all. Okay. Minnie made her coffee. Oh no, that's not Minnie. Hi, pray, travel, eat. The photo colors got me. Made your coffee? Good. Okay, let's see how it is. Better. Listen, if you're not making coffee with vanilla extract, start. Okay, you're gonna love it. I know vanilla extract is expensive in the United States. You don't have to use it every time. Okay, but either get you a friend who brings you vanilla from Trinidad and Tobago. Thanks, Amelia. Or use it sometimes. Okay, sometimes. If you're using creamers, stop using the artificial and use the actual vanilla, right? If you like a vanilla creamer or hazelnut creamer, try vanilla extract. See if you like it. I think you will. Let me open these. So the neighbor who kind of scared off the refrigerator delivery men, The next day, she lives on the first floor, so she hears everything. So the next day, she was like, "Oh, welcome," and she brought me 2 containers of apples and a container of strawberries. And I was just telling Adelia, Rashida, Catrice, Jewel, that I'm having a hard time finding ripe strawberries here. Every time I buy strawberries, they're so white on the inside. So let's check out these bad boys. They're good size. They don't smell. I don't know. I don't know. They look right, but they don't smell right. Let's see. In Delaware, is it strawberry time yet? Yeah, it should be strawberry time in Delaware. This is the time when I miss being in the US. When I'm in the US this time of year, especially in Delaware with the farms. It's in between. It's not the ripest, but it's the best strawberry I've ever had in Colombia. I've been struggling. I don't know when their season starts, but apparently the answer is not yet. Okay. My first gift from the neighbors. Disappear? Did I disappear? Hopefully I'm back for good. I don't know how much juice I'm using. I only got 50 gigs of data. I don't know how much data this is eating up, but it's worth it. I know how to recharge too. I can recharge. $12 to recharge. This is worth $12. Would you agree? Let me plug back in. Okay. So tell me about y'all. Tell me what you're doing. Tell me what your thing is that's upsetting you, like the things that I've ranted about that are upsetting me. Anything you need to talk about today? Iced coffee with vanilla and deslactosada. See. Is that what you're doing in Cat? Is that what you're doing in Mexico? Good. Yeah. Anthony Sherman, I would suggest getting accustomed to the local fruit there. You'd be surprised how much better tasting the fruits are. So my friends who came here for my birthday party have been to the fruit market more than once. LJ, who I told you about, LJ and Ali and the gang, they've been going to the fruit market. I've just been, so busy waiting for deliveries that I haven't been yet. I'm going to the fruit market. There is a fruit tour where you take the tour and they introduce you to new local fruits. I'll probably do that. Now, the fruit tour, I probably won't do until somebody else comes to visit, right? But I'm going to the fruit market. Yes, indeed. Haven't seen decent strawberries in weeks. Riding on the field. Oh, riding on the fields in California due to lack of people picking them. Oh. Yep. That'll do it. I need a brand deal for vanilla extract. I just want y'all to live better. I just want y'all to feel what I feel. I want you to feel what I feel when I drink my coffee with my vanilla extract. I can't wait when I get a real coffee. When Katrina and I, when we were in Cape Town, South Africa, and we stayed at an Airbnb and they had the DeLonghi coffee cappuccino maker. I don't think I've had a coffee that good. Well, I've not made a coffee that good since then. I'll say when I go to the Libertario, those are delicious, but I've not made a coffee that good. So I need to figure out now the DeLonghi. We're talking about an $800, $900 coffee maker. I don't think that's happening for me. I don't, unless the Facebook Marketplace, I keep my eyes peeled on Facebook Marketplace. Unless Facebook Marketplace shows me a great deal, I don't think I'm gonna get the DeLonghi, but I can't wait to get a coffee maker, make a coffee. But the vanilla just puts it over the top. This is instant coffee, right? When I use an instant with vanilla, it still tastes good to me. I just want y'all to live. I just want y'all to live. I want y'all to know all of the good things in life. And to me, one of the major good things, vanilla extract. So oatmeal, right? When I make my oatmeal, I put it in there. Breakfast is right. Like I said, it's the only thing I cook. It's the only thing I like to make, and it's in everything: pancakes or French toast or oatmeal, cream of wheat, whatever. Vanilla extract, coffee, everything but the omelet. Right? I like eggs too. So anything but eggs, I'm putting my vanilla in there. I'm putting it in there. Yes. Very nice. She was like, I'm sorry if I was rude about the thing. I'm like, girl, no, you helped me. Because I didn't know how to talk. She speaks English and Spanish. A lot of in some places where you go, everyone under 25 can communicate with you in English. But if you get over 50, it's hit or miss. But here in Bogota, at least in this in this area with the rich people or the richer people, the older women speak English too, which is a surprise, a new thing to me, right? In a small town in Mexico, well, this is not a small town, right? I know you can't compare the capital of Colombia to San Nicolas, but in San Nicolas, them old ladies, they not speaking English. But here, they're like fluent in English. Even Olga, my landlady, would be like, "Oh, I don't know," and then she'd be like, "English, English, English." Her daughters speak English as though they've lived in the United States, and maybe one or two of them did. But anyway, yeah, she welcomed me. She was like, "I'm sorry if I was harsh yesterday," and she wasn't. She was helpful, which is what I found them to be anyway. People around here, yeah, they were trying to slide the refrigerator onto the elevator without any packaging or wrapping because it was going to barely fit. And she was like, no, okay, you got to put something on there to protect this elevator, which I totally get. I understand that because I don't want to pay to fix an elevator, right? But when she said they know, everyone who delivers in Colombia knows that they need pajamas. That's what they call it, pajamas. They need pajamas for the refrigerator. I was like, I ain't mad at you, lady. Okay. I am not a refrigerator mover. They are the refrigerator movers. Let's see, where are we in the chat? Oh. TJ has fresh blueberries in the yard. Birds were feasting. How long did you plant the blueberry bush? And how long did it take to get the berries? I'm thinking about what I could grow on my little balcony. And I think blueberries are a thing that I have gotten here that have been fine every time I've gotten them, right? They've not been unripe. So I may not need that. What am I going to do for window treatments? All of it. So I want some good heavy curtains because I think the curtains will keep the cool air out at night. But I also want some shears because the shears will help me still look good in the sun without being like blinded by the sun. So I'm gonna go get some curtains and some shears. Now, I think in the office, I'm probably gonna go back to IKEA and just grab something. But then I think I'll go to the People. There's the curtain, the store. I think I'll go to the People to get the living room and bedroom curtains, living room, bedroom, and dining room curtains. But I think in the office, I'll just grab something quick because I need curtains in the office right away for the sun and for the noise dampering. A little help with the road noise would be nice in my office. Carmen gets the genuine Madagascar vanilla from Costco, 16-ounce bottle, $11. Wow. That's a great price because you can pay more than that for the little, 4-ounce bottle? Last time I went home, my dad had bought a 2-ounce bottle. My dad bakes. He's a good baker. Both my parents bake. But my dad, last time I went home, he had bought a little tiny 2-ounce bottle. I was like, this stuff must be expensive. This stuff must have gotten expensive. Wow, that's a great price. Costco, y'all. I have a Costco membership now. So when I go back, I'll take a look around. I got the Costco membership because I think I'm going to be getting my linens from Costco and bringing them back here because I want soft linens and not Colombia linens. They don't do that here. They don't do that. Yeah, I think I'll take the fruit tour when somebody comes and visits. I don't think it's a thing I need to do by myself. I'll just go to the market, but I think I'll take the fruit tour. Julie Brinkley says vanilla. She started using vanilla in her coffee since she started watching my channel, and it's pretty good. I think it's very good, right, Julie? I racked up that year when I found some on sale. Good. Yeah, the price is crazy. Oh, Marcia James, yes to tastemakers from Trinidad. Okay, good. They're famous. When I see Amelia, she's got vanilla extract for me. Okay. But I got a bourbon. I think Rashida gave. No, I shouldn't say who gave because I got a vanilla extract from another place from someone, and I got a bourbon vanilla extract from someone. I don't know which one came from whom. From whom? Sorry, I get mixed up. But I do have some more down there. Erica, I use it in my coffee because of you. I'm glad. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it's good to you. Good. Cece, the fruit tour is fun. Who is Cece? Hi, Cece. Are you somebody who was just here? Oh, I'm on my way back to Mexico soon. Since being back in the U.S., it's been work, sickness, and struggle. I'm tired. I've healed from my hysterectomy. Time to hit the road. Okay, I'm glad you've healed. Continued healing. I hope that you are, if not fully recovered, or you're on your road to a full and speedy recovery. And I hope you get back to Mexico soon. And I hope it's good to you. Put it on everything. It's good. Yeah. So I dated a guy who added cinnamon to his coffee. So it's a thing I'll do every now and then too. I read that cinnamon is really good for blood sugar, whatever. It's a good thing to have in your repertoire. And there's not, well, I guess I do eat oatmeal and I do put cinnamon and stuff like that. So yeah. I like cinnamon in mine too. Mm-hmm. Lauren, let me tell you, when Katrina and I, we loved that coffee maker. I have been stalking that coffee maker online since then. This was 2023. We were in, right? Maybe 2024. We were in Cape Town, February. That cappuccino was the best cappuccino. We were calculating like, how many of these can I drink today and still go to sleep tonight? Because I don't drink caffeine like that after about 3 p.m., maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock, right? Not if I want to sleep all night. I can still go to sleep, but then I wake up like, what's going on? Wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning like, I'm wide awake. We were calculating like, let me see, how many did I have yesterday? Okay, I didn't have any problem sleeping. That means let me add one more today. We were so in love with that coffee maker. And then our house sat in Puerto Rico last winter. And on Christmas morning, I'm walking the dog. Somebody had the box from that coffee maker on the curb. Somebody had gotten that exact coffee maker as a Christmas present. I was like, let me go knock on these people's door. Let me see if I can get a cup of coffee. Just one cup, please. I miss it so much. I love that coffee maker. So I'm stalking Facebook Marketplace. So I have seen it, but I've seen it for regular price, which I think is just because in Colombia, it's so much more expensive. So I've seen the used coffee maker here for $800. The used DeLonghi in Bogota is $800. So that means new, it must be more, I don't know, more than I would pay. Especially when I can just go to I can like literally, they're right there. I feel like I have a little piece of fuzz on me. And did it float? I hope it didn't float into my cup. Yeah, but I'm watching Marketplace. One day it's going to show up. So I needed the sofa. I needed a sofa because getting a sofa made and delivered was going to take forever. And I don't know, you want a place to sit. So I needed the sofa, and Facebook Marketplace came through on the sofa. So they might come through on the coffee maker. It might happen. It might happen. Hi, Crystal. Vanilla is a staple. If you're a breakfast person like me or a baked good person like me, get you a friend who will bring you real vanilla from somewhere. Or get you a Costco membership at least. Costco. I'm not putting nutmeg. Let me try nutmeg, Anthony. Let me try nutmeg. I'll keep y'all posted. Okay, so this says, Know Before You Go says the fruit tour was great. I went with LJ, Allison, Tyree, and Shell. So that means you are, what your name is? Oh, Allie, right. Allie and Tari and Shell, not Allison. So then if you went with LJ, are you, oh wait, somebody's message? No, that's the birthday group messaging me. Are you, let's see, who went with them? I guess it's not my place to give people's government names on the internet. I just want to know who it is. You're not Winnie B, because Winnie B uses her own name here. And you're not Adrian. Who is this? Who went with them? And you're not Amelia, because I think Amelia uses her name. And she would have said something about the vanilla. And you're not Harlem Minded, because we've already seen Harlem Minded today. Who is this? Hi. I know. So I enjoy a Nescafe instant coffee, but I'm off of Nestle. So I'm trying to sever my relationship with Nestle, right? And I think Nescafe instant coffee was the last Nestle product that I was buying. Nestle is not a business that I want to give my money to, just like others, right? So I got off Nescafe right in time, because being in Costa Rica and Colombia meant that I could still get good instant coffee. Yeah, so this is Juan Valdez instant, and it's good. Yeah, I'm not spending money with them anymore. I'm not giving my money to Nestle anymore, which means when I go to the grocery store, every time I pick up something that I haven't researched before, I'll Google, is this Nestle, right? Who owns whatever? And maybe switch brands, right? So the oatmeal, I used to get Quaker, which I don't think is Nestle, but here I get a local brand. I just make sure it's not Nestle owned, right? How does it feel to be, hi Amar, how does it feel to be in your new home after living the nomadic life for so long? It feels surprisingly good. So it feels expensive. It feels like everything costs money. I gotta stock this whole house, right? It feels expensive, but it also feels natural. It doesn't feel strange. Even though I haven't had my own place since 2015, doesn't feel strange yet. Now I haven't slept here yet. My mattress comes today. I haven't slept here yet, but it feels good. It feels like I'm opening another chapter. I really have, when I look back at my life, I'm 51 now. When I look back, there are chapters, right? There's the Army years, there's the college years, right? Then the Army years and the college years again, right? There's the night shift years, the years that I worked a night shift. That was a different life for me. Now there were the nomadic years. Now there's the Bogota home years, and I'm really excited about it. I don't know. So I hugged my landlord like 4 times when she gave me the keys. I don't know if that's normal. She was like, I kept saying, okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And she was like, I know, see, it's wonderful. I just feel really good. When I walked into this, before I saw this place on the internet, when I saw this place on the internet, I texted Rashida and I said something about, I'm about to go to this place. Listen, it's going to take everything in me to negotiate, because I think if I walk in this door, I'm going to love this apartment. They were listing it at 10.5 million pesos, and 10.5 million Colombian pesos. And I knew that I wanted to stay around $2,000. So I needed to get to 8.5. I was like, it's going to take everything in me. I knew. When I walked in and I met the lady, and she showed me the nurse, what she calls the nursery, where she raised her girls, and It just feels like a home for a family. I was like, this is it. So it feels good. I think in Costa Rica, everything was me trying to force things to work. Here, not everything is working out here, as you can see by this is the third day that I've tried to get internet installed, right? But there's less force and more flow. So I don't know. Everything just feels good. I feel great. I feel great. I can't wait to sleep in my own bed, my bed that I've had made for me. But it feels great. Even being in here with nothing, right? Even walking in here knowing like if I need to use the bathroom in here, I can't. But the first day, my first guests, I had a roll of toilet paper that I'd brought from the co-living place. I had no soap, no towels, right? Like even if I need to use the bathroom here, I can't use the bathroom here. Going from there and having to fill this house up with everything, which is a new experience for me for the last few years. I haven't moved into a home since 2006, 2007. Even having to go from absolute zero, it feels really good. Feels really good. I feel like I just feel good about this home. I feel like this is going to be a good place. Whether or not the thing that I'm here to do works out, I think it's going to work out. But even if it doesn't work out, this is going to be a home that's going to be filled with people. Do you know the movie Under the Tuscan Sun, where Diane Lane moved to Tuscany and bought a house, and she said, I want there to be weddings here, and I want there to be this here and babies here. And she got all of those things just in a different way, right? The baby wasn't her baby, it was her best friend's baby. And the wedding wasn't her wedding, it was her neighbor's wedding and her surrogate son, his wedding, right? I feel like that about this place. Maybe that's romanticizing it because I am a loner and a hermit, but I think this is going to be a place for community and connection and friendship and love and joy and family. I feel really good here. I feel good. And I feel like I'm setting things up for that, right? There is some manifestation work that I have to do, right? Creating the life that I want. We have the ability to create the life that we want. So small things like getting a bigger refrigerator, small things to indicate that, like getting the guest bed. I bought the guest bed before I bought my bed, right? I bought it from the same man in the same store, but I picked out the guest bed because it looks very Golden Girls, right? Rattan. Is it called rattan? You know what I'm talking about. The Golden Girls looking, wicker looking bed. It's not wicker, rattan. Anyway, I bought that bed first. I knew it wasn't my bed. It's a guest bed. It's not an everyday bed, right? It's a guest bed. But doing those things, I think, are just like affirming or moving me closer to what I want, which is this house filled, right? I picked a location where if people are visiting, they're not going to be up in the hills away from everything. But they're also not, even though you can hear the road traffic right now, they're not going to be in the city where you can hear everything. It's going to be a nice, calming place. Loving place. Yeah, I feel great. How I feel is I feel great. It's expensive. I don't want to, okay. It's expensive. I set a budget for the first round of furnishings, and I've exceeded that budget by probably an extra 25 or 30%. But some of that is because I put some things on the second tier list, and then I bought them in the first tier of furnishings, right? Like my desk. My desk was not a need. It was, to move in. And so, but I bought it because I wanted it. I feel great. I feel great. Thank you, Angie. LaDonna says, on my little balcony, I grow garlic, green onions, cilantro, strawberries, and citronella. Okay, another vote for strawberries in the garden. This is not a garden. On my balcony. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to grow rosemary. I don't know that there's anything in the world that smells as good as rosemary. I love it. I don't even cook, right? I used to put a little rosemary in my pork roast, right? Pork, rosemary, cranberry sauce in my slow cooker, in my crock pot. That used to be my go-to. Throw it in before I go to work, come back, and the house would smell like I guess heaven probably smells like rosemary and pork. My heaven smells like rosemary, pork roast with cranberry sauce. I eat that with some stuffing. Oh, yeah. So I would like to grow rosemary, and it's also a thing that I'd like to like put in hair products and body products and stuff. I love the smell of rosemary. Um, what else do I need to make sure I grow? I would like to grow ginger. I don't know how easy or how fast that is, but I feel like I would use that. I would use up the ginger. Yeah. There's a little mini shelf in the kitchen with good light, so I could put the small things there, and then the big things on the balconies. Pamela says, in the US, buy organic vanilla, please. Okay. Another vote for the Costco Madagascar vanilla. Okay, good. Kristen. Hi, Kristen Obang. What are my favorite things to do in Bogota? It's not a tourist area. Interested in visiting one day. Okay, listen. I know it sounds strange to move to another country and not do things, but I am a not do things girl. I'm in the house. So this is a place where you can go to a coffee shop and get a delicious cup of coffee. That's my favorite thing to do. Also, I don't mind. I like the malls here. Malls are kind of my happy place. Malls and used to be malls and Target. We didn't have Target outside the US anyway, and now we don't fool with Target like that. Malls are a happy place. Malls are a place where you know how things work, no matter how stressful a city is and how foreign everything is. When you go in the mall, you know how it works. You know what it is. So I like going to the mall here. I don't have anything. So there's some nice museums. We've been to the Gold Museum and the Botero Museum 2 times. So I like those museums, and I'd like to get to over by the other mall. What is that mall called? Grand Estacion. There's a mall, modern art museum. I'd like to go over there. This seems to be a weekend events kind of city. There's a park called Parque 93, Parque 93, where they do like installation events. There's always something there. So I guess a thing that I will like doing in the future is like going to things there. But mostly I like to be in Bogota. I like to go to the grocery store, go to the coffee shop. People are just nice and kind. And then I like to come home. Walking. This is a decent walking city. It's all of the sidewalks are cracked up and, out of place and whatever. So you have to be careful. But it's also a nice city to walk around because it's just green, and there's parks like every 3 blocks there's a park, right? So I do. Okay, my favorite thing here is to walk around. Seriously, my favorite thing here is to walk around. When I went with Rashida to her birthday in Hobosh, Mexico, I had this pair of pants that didn't fit me. And without changing my diet and still eating chicken sandwiches, I'm sorry, I still eat chicken sandwiches and French fries like 2 or 3 times a week. Okay. Even without changing my diet, the pants now fit me with room. That was 6 weeks ago. I think our birthdays are 6 weeks apart, 7 weeks apart. So I love walking around Bogota. I know it doesn't seem like a lot. And for a younger person, you might need more things to do. There are lots of clubs and activities. So like I said, I've walked past a volleyball game. I've seen people playing what I thought was pickleball, but they call it there's a different name for it. It's a different sport down here. I've seen pickleball teams, but that sport, lots of cycling here. If you're a cyclist, so that's why Candace and her husband left me their tools, because he cycled while he was here and he used the tools to fix the bike. Lots of cycling here. But seriously, my favorite so far, walking around and going to a coffee shop and having the most delicious coffee. Even if the food might not be, you want a little more salt on your food, but the coffee, no complaints. A plus, A plus, A plus. Oh, okay. I lost my place in the chat. I'm sorry. Paddle. Yeah, so paddle. I've been calling it pickleball, right? I just knew they were playing pickleball. Adelia was like, no, that's a different sport. Paddle. There's a difference. I don't know the difference because I don't play either one. But that seems like if I were to do that, I would have some friends. They're running. I've seen running clubs. I've seen people playing paddle. I've seen people playing volleyball on teams. I've seen people cycling in groups, like there's cycle groups and clubs. So something like that, I'll have friends. Once I do something and go to it, I will have friends here. And so that'll be nice. That'll be good. Yeah, listen, I just want to sit in the coffee shop, drink my coffee. But yeah, well, I think walking around so far is my favorite thing. I know it's not an exciting thing, but it's a nice place to do it. Now, Shantae. Now I gotta go buy another pair of tight pants. Or because these pants are gonna look wrinkled. You're right. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. What I'm gonna do about them pants now? Now that they're not snug, they're gonna look wrinkled. The plant plan says lavender is my favorite, supposedly easy. I should try. Yeah. I can't tell the difference between lavender and rosemary. Like, I think lavender and rosemary smell almost exactly the same. I know other people don't agree with that. I think it's a me nose situation. I love rosemary. And when I smell lavender, I'm like, oh, this is really good. But for some reason, I can't tell them apart. I can't tell them apart. I don't know. I don't know what that's about. I know other people can tell them apart. Even when I look at them, I have to look twice. Lavender usually has a flower on it. But if there's no flower on the lavender plant, I can't tell it from lavender from rosemary. I promise you. I don't know what that's about. It's a me and nose thing. Ginger. Looking to flutter by PNW, Pacific Northwest, says looking to grow ginger in Portland. Yeah, I watched a couple videos. I just need to see if it's I don't want to plant anything and it doesn't grow. I can't harvest it for 3 years, which was my question about the blueberries. If you plant a blueberry bush, it's probably going to take 2 years before you see any blueberries, right? I'll just buy blueberries. Oh, Adele, you couldn't keep lavender alive there? Okay, rosemary, though. I think rosemary is hardier. That's how I do. When I can tell the difference, that's how I do tell the difference. Rosemary has that, it looks more like a tree. The stem of it, it's hardier. Shantae says try figs. Try growing figs. Okay, like a fig tree. Do apartments, hi Gail, do apartments usually have a bathtub? Have you found a pool nearby for swimming? No, the closest I've come to bathtubs is some of these older buildings with a really, really, really old bathroom have a bathtub, but you don't want them. I don't want those apartments. These apartments have anything that's been remodeled in the last 25 years, they seem to have taken out, either they've taken out the bathtubs or I haven't been looking at the right places. I've looked at, I think, thousands of places online, right? Thousands of apartments in Bogota. They don't do bathtubs in a bathroom that has been remodeled in the last 25 or 30 years. I don't know what that's about because there's children here. There's children here. So it means I'm going to have to, if I have a child who's not shower size, I'm gonna have to get one of those inflatable things or something. Moms navigate it. Bathtubs don't seem to be usual. I did see one place where they had just stuck a bathtub. The bathroom was pretty big and they just stuck the strangest looking, it looked kind of like a Star Trek version of a bathtub in the middle of the floor. But I've not seen bathtubs in remodeled places. I've seen them in apartments that are really old, no, I can't do this, right? I like, this is an old place. You saw my kitchen. And even those places were even too old for me. So I don't know what that's about. I don't know if I'm just looking, if it's because I'm looking at these a more expensive price range. Maybe these are older people who don't want a bathtub because it's harder to get in and out. I don't know what it's about, but I've not seen many bathtubs in remodeled houses, in remodeled apartments, which is, you like a tub. How do you have a spa type bathroom unless you have a tub? They go together. Although we did stay in a place with a shower and a sauna, the sauna right next to the shower. Okay. Have I found a pool nearby for swimming? Because my building doesn't have a pool, yes, I've Googled some pools nearby. A lot of buildings, though, newer buildings in particular, they have a pool in the building. I've stayed in probably 3 different buildings that had a pool in the building, 3 different Airbnbs that had a pool. But yeah, I looked up a couple of places. I can't tell. They're places I need to go and figure out. One of them looks like it may just be for lessons. Another one looks like it's a kind of a club type place, but I don't know how you get a membership. So I'm going to have to figure it out. But I have seen some. And then, you know what? I may never, because I stayed in those units with swimming pools and I never got in the pools. As much as I love getting in the water, I think I stayed in 3 different Airbnbs, and I always have my swimsuits. I stayed in 3 different Airbnbs that had a pool, and I never got in the pool. So I may not need it. If I start working out and joining like a running club or a cycling club or something, I may not miss the pool so much. Deborah is 60 plus Black women expats, and she says, I really miss bathtubs. She's in Ecuador, Manta, Ecuador. They're just not a thing here. Yeah, I don't know what people do with their children. I don't know. But yeah, it's same. Yeah, I've not seen any, from all of my looking, I've not seen a unit that I wanted to live in that had a bathtub in it. Right? I don't know what that's about. Is it like that in the US now when you try to apartment hunt? Have they just stripped us of our bathtub rights? Oh, here, Lady Sarita says same in the States too. Apartments, only showers. Just like that's going to bite people in the butt, just like the open kitchen thing, right? Just like the open concept kitchen. A shower, sure, it's easier to remodel, easier to clean even, probably. But who wants to live like that? Sometimes you want to get in the tub, right? Yeah, sometimes we get a little carried away with trends. The open kitchen thing, I don't know who would choose that. I understand moving into a place that has an open kitchen because that's what everything has. Everything has open kitchen. I understand that. But I don't understand who originally chose that as the way that people want to live. Because I don't want to look at my dirty dishes. I don't want to hear and smell someone cooking. Keep that in there. That's kitchen activity. I'm out here. Let me watch my TV. Another problem I had here is that they don't do TVs on the first floor in Bogota. If you have a multi-floor unit, I'm in a 2-story apartment, which in Bogota they refer to as a duplex. Adelia was like, that is not what that means. But in Bogota, Colombia, they refer to a 2-story apartment as a duplex. And it's not uncommon. A lot of buildings, the top 2 floors are duplex apartments, right? But there's not a lot of wiring down here, especially not for TVs. And the man was like, listen, you bought this big TV. You don't have wiring down here for a TV. And I was like, no problem, right? Wi-Fi. I'll use the Wi-Fi. They don't do it. They use the upstairs. If the office, often you'll see a TV in people's offices on listings. And then upstairs, they'll have a TV in the outward hallway. They have a word for that. They call it the holiday alcobas. And they often make that into a den. TV with a TV stand and TV, sofas, recliner, whatever, love seat. They don't often put a TV in the downstairs living room. But I will. Rashida told me. Rashida made me. I told her I wasn't putting the TV down here, and she was like, "No, we're laying. Listen, I'm here. I'm coming over. You got my room upstairs. We're gonna have a TV down here." So I went and bought a TV. I bought a TV for out here. It's huge too. I don't know. In the store, it didn't look that big. I measured. So there's proportions. As a new person who lives someplace, there are certain proportions you're supposed to have with your TV and their thing. So I measured the distance from the sofa to the wall, and they told me I needed a 75-inch TV, and I was like, that's stupid. So I got a 65. I thought 65 inches was a normal TV size until I looked at it. When they brought that box out of that truck, I was like, oh, that's pretty big. But looking at the wall, once I get a piece of furniture there, it won't look that big. The sofa cost me less than, the TV cost me less than, do I know how much I paid for the TV? I know it cost me less than almost anything else I bought except for the used sofa. Definitely cost me way less than a refrigerator. I paid $2 million for the refrigerator. Let me look at this. Convert. $500 for the refrigerator? That doesn't sound right. It was more than that. Maybe $4 million? $5 million? $4 or $5 million for the refrigerator? Million pesos. Yeah, more than $1,000 for a new refrigerator. Yeah. My TV was significantly less than that. I bought them together on the same ticket, on the same receipt. Yeah, so that I was like, oh, big old TVs have gone down in price since I last bought TVs. So if I last bought a TV in 2007, I remember, like, do I wait for Black Friday to go buy a TV? And all I had was probably a 32-inch, right? Like, I probably paid $800 for a 32-inch TV in 2006. Does that sound right? I remember stressing about that TV price. Now I paid about that same amount for a 65-inch TV. It's too big. It's too big. It's not big compared to where it's going to go. Once I get a piece of furniture under it, it won't look that big. But looking at it on the box, coming out of the box, I'm like, ugh. I'm pretty far from it. So if I keep the sofa here, the distance, it measures out right. When I measured it, they were like, you need a 75-inch TV. And I was like, no. Let me go down a size. Yes, multimillionaire in Colombia. See, I got millions on millions on millions. Yes, indeed. It's kind of funny looking at prices for things, how many digits are in a price. A candy bar is like 6,000 Colombian pesos. It's kind of funny looking at prices because the numbers are so big. And I don't know what the smallest bill is I've seen. I think the 5,000 peso bill is the smallest bill I've seen, right? So it's strange, but it did surprise me. The price of the TV, based on my previous TV buying experience and based on us being in Latin America, the price surprised me. But I'm guessing they probably make the TVs here. And so it's less shipping, right? Less transit. I was like, oh, that's a pretty good price. I don't remember what it was because I don't think I converted it in my head. I just expected to pay about what I was paying for the fridge, for the TV. And when it was significantly lower, I was like, oh, that's pretty good. The numbers are a lot. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get used to it, but I'll be like, I know 100,000 Colombian pesos is $25. 100,000 pesos is $25. So you have to get used to seeing stickers with long numbers on them, right? 1,000,000 pesos is only $250, right? I think I paid $1 million for this sofa, or 800,000. I've got the sofa used on Facebook Marketplace. It was close to, yeah. And I had to, $250. Yeah, I'll pay you $250 for it. It's a strange thing to get used to. Yes. Yeah, LaRonda says when I first got my 45-inch TV, I thought it was ridiculously huge. Yeah, I know we get used to things. As soon as I start watching something on here, I'm gonna be like, oh, this is perfect size. I want to get a real computer. So I'm on my laptop and I've used this laptop around the world. I'd like to get a computer, a desktop for my office. I think I'm like 50-50 on it. I think I want a desktop. And I was looking at the iMac laptop, desktop computers. And the screen is like 26 inches or something. And I was like, who needs a screen that big? But then I heard Jewel talking the other day about her screen, how much she loves having the big screen. And I'm like, oh, I think I'll get used to it. Right now, 26 inches sounds crazy for a computer screen. I've been using this laptop, which is probably 13 or 15. Let me see, my phone. I think we know our phones are 5 inches, right? 5, 10, about 13 inches, right? I was like, 26 inches for a computer screen? It seems so big. Once I get it, I'll be like, this is not big. Yeah, Deborah. Okay, so Deborah's on the dollar in Ecuador. They use the US dollar. $1.88? $1.88 sounds a lot for a Snickers bar. I believe I paid 6,500. Let me look at that. 6,500. Oh, $1.63. Okay, that's about the same. That's a lot for a candy bar. Welcome to 2025. I often don't do the calculation. It's too hard. I did see 65. It was 3 for the price of 2. You may have seen when I opened my refrigerator. Did you see I had 3 candy bars in there? I bought a Milky Way, a Snickers, and some M&Ms because it was 3 for the price of 2. And I think that was 6,500. I think that was the sale price. I don't know. Hi, Igami. Are you planning to take or continue Spanish classes online or in person? You were really speaking earlier. I have no plans to take Spanish here, but I probably should add it to my list of things. So, truthfully, my plan, the thing that I'm here to do with the family thing, the expanding of the family, I plan for us to learn how to speak Spanish together, right? That person hopefully I'll be able to speak at that level when they come live here. And then we will learn. That's probably not the smartest plan. I guess it would be a good thing for me to take Spanish classes is what I'll say. I don't have any plans for this year, right? So, Exodus Summit season is coming where I won't be able to do anything except for plan the summit and do the summit. Then October and November, I'm outie doing some travels. October and November, I'll be gone. Also, part of December, I'd like to go. So let me tell you what I'd like to do. Last December, my plans fell through. But what I would like to do is go to Three Kings in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. That's after Christmas, right? So December, I'm also going to be gone. So if I do take any language classes, it won't be until like January of next year. But, I'm picking stuff up. This week I learned, let's see, which words did I learn? So I bought a mattress. I learned colchones, mattress. I learned, I don't know anything about the tenses, right? Present, past, future. Everything is present tense. And then I just add yesterday or tomorrow. Let's see, but what words did I learn? Let me think about situations I've been in and what I've learned. I feel like I learned like 5 or 6 different vocabulary words this week. They're not coming to me, but in conversation, they would come out. But I don't have any plans to, but it would be a responsible thing for me to do. And so maybe next year, maybe in January, I'll do it. So maybe one of the things I'll do before the summit is at least look for a class and sign up for it so that when January comes, I'll be registered. But seriously, my plan is just me and a little person learning Spanish together. Them as the first language and me as the second language. That's my actual plan. I don't know that that's the most responsible plan. If you have Netflix, do you need to use a VPN to keep your US Netflix on your TV in Colombia? I haven't plugged in my TV yet. So I think, No, no, because I've signed on to Netflix all over the world. But no, but that's not US Netflix. So yes. Okay. The answer is yes. Yes. Yeah. So that's the thing I hadn't thought about because when I sign in on other places, I'm on their country's Netflix. Yeah. Yeah. I'll need to use a VPN when I want to watch a US thing. Yeah. My Dell is 17 inches and I think it's huge and heavy. For a laptop, 17 inches is significant. For a laptop, for carrying it around, a 17-inch screen is big. But for a desktop, I think I'll get used to everybody in the world uses that size desktop, right? It's not like they invented it for Colombia. So I think I'll get used to it. It just seems so big right now, right? Because this I'm on this thing. I've been using this thing forever. It's like with phones. Remember when cell phones got bigger? Remember when everything was tiny and then they kept getting bigger and bigger? And we're like, that's huge. And now it's normal, right? I don't have the biggest iPhone, whatever this one is, whichever year this is 16, I guess. I don't have the biggest one, but I know there was a time when this would have seemed humongous. Like, what are you doing with all that phone? I know we get used to it. Yeah, Melody says for women of a certain age, it's worth it. Easier on the eyes. Yeah, the computer was about 40 or 50% more here than in the US. So I want to say in the US, the same years, computers are hard to compare because there's different years and different gigabytes of storage and whatever. But I believe the same thing at Best Buy was $1,200, either 1,200 or like $1,299 or something. Like let's say go with $1,200. And here it was about $1,800. So that's an extra 50%. Yeah, 50% more. So those kinds of things. That's why I was expecting the TV to be more expensive. But then I was like, they probably made that TV right here in Colombia, right? That's why there's no extra upcharge for that. Christian, when you come here and you're cooking for me, don't make fun of me and my 26-inch computer. I was like, 26. I went in the store and everything. There's no Apple store, but there's some certified sellers. I went into the iShop. I feel like I went into 2 stores in the same mall. Might have been 2 different malls. And I was like, this is huge. 26-inch screen. That's grande. It's twice the size of what I use. So, it would look really big, but I know I'll get used to it. Yeah, Flutter by PNW. I use a secondary monitor. That's what Jewel was saying. I think Jewel uses a 2-monitor setup. And yeah, she likes having the big screen. I know I'll love it once I get it. Rob CD, I switched to projectors. Any blank wall will do. Use projectors to watch TV. I've seen this. I've seen this out in the world and like on TV, but I don't think I knew anybody who did it. Oh no, in Costa Rica. Kwesi. She showed us. So in Costa Rica, Kwesi showed us, she has this little device and you can turn anything into a projector. I don't remember what it was called. She had this little device. So anything that she had on her phone, she could project onto the wall. Yeah, and it was super portable. Yeah. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Okay. Yeah, it's one of the things that I was like excited to get in my new house. But now that I'm here, there's so many other things to be excited about. My silverware, my coffee spoons. It was one of the things that I was like, I can't wait till I move in somewhere and I can have a computer. Yeah. Working from a laptop hasn't been terrible. Okay. It is 2025 and devices are powerful and whatever. But also, I don't know. I just wanted a computer. But right now I'm less obsessed with the computer. Thank you so much. Hey, Benita Henderson. Y'all, I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to let y'all go. I can't listen. 4.5 hours. Well, no, you haven't been here the whole time. Some of y'all haven't been here the whole time. I thought we would hang out until my mattress delivery people came, but they don't want to come. I wanted y'all to keep me company, but they don't want to come. Let me finish my cup of coffee. It's not even close to warm anymore. Not even close. I need some coasters for all my Colombia hardwood furniture. Not hardwood, Colombia wood, solid wood furniture. I need some coasters. I do have a coaster. I do have a set of coasters at my parents' house. I hope I can find them in my bedroom somewhere. Ms. Lady 309, my first cell phone was as big as Shaq's shoe. One time I worked at, I was telemarketing, and one of my coworkers was like, I have this car phone for sale. And for some reason, I thought I'd buy it from my mom, and it came in a bag. It was the biggest thing. She was like, what am I doing with that? The good old days. So that would have been 1994, maybe? 92, 93? Not 92. 93 or 94? The biggest thing. Man, how times have changed. Yeah, October. I'll be in Portugal. Rashida and I are going to be in Portugal on October 24th only, literally for one day. We're both passing through at the same time, and we're going to be in Portugal on October 24th. There is a meetup that had tickets. So Krishan from Black Set Global planned a meetup that had tickets. It was a ticketed event. I understand tickets are sold out, but she may be adding some tickets. I don't know any details. I'm sorry. But yes, Lisbon, October 24th, we'll be there. Okay. I don't have any other details. I thought about moving. I thought about buying a computer and bringing it back. But the problem was that 23-inch screen, the box is too big for a suitcase. I watched a whole bunch of unpacking videos. No, I probably watched 2 or 3 unboxing videos. And I was like, I don't know how to get that back here. And what if I break it in transit? I think spend an extra $600 and get it here and have it here. I weighed that back and forth. I have so many other things that I want to bring back. I think I'm just going to get it here. I weighed it back and forth. The box is huge. The box of the iMac is humongous. I wouldn't be able to get it in a suitcase, and I would just have to ship the box in the, like use the box as my piece of luggage, and I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah. Nellie says her first computer was a Sperry Univac. I've never heard of that. 1976? I've never heard of that. I wanted a terrace. You see these people over here? You see that? That's what I wanted, a full terrace. I can't show you how much. It goes, I think it's half the length, half the width, half the depth of the building. I think there's 2 terraces. I wanted that, right? I got a table with umbrellas. I got the trees. I got stuff. Instead, I have a balcony. I have 3 balconies. One balcony is 14 by 6, and then 2 of the bedrooms have smaller balconies. So I have that. It'll be okay. I think it's for the best. Things work out. I think it's for the best, but I did want a terrace. Here in Bogota, you often see 1 or 2 terraces per building, right? Because they just put the terrace above the room with the garage. And often the people with the terrace have no view, which you may see from there. All they have of that whole side of the building, all they can see is the side of the building. So I think it's a trade-off. It's probably cooler indoors in their unit. I'm trying to talk myself into being happy with not having a terrace, but I do think it worked out for the best. I never saw Did I see any building? Did I see any unit with a terrace? Terrace, not just a balcony. I feel like I didn't, because they're not easy to come by, because some people don't move. But yeah, but I wouldn't want to be looking directly. So even though my view is the people across the street, I wouldn't want to be that close to the neighbors and looking into their building. And that's a thing you often see with terraces, which is why they like the terrace, because they can put up big trees and stuff and block people off. I don't know. I would still like a terrace, but I'm okay with what I have. The balcony is good size. I can get a sofa where I can stretch out and a table to eat on, or whoever's here. There's room for both a sofa and a table. So that's good space. That's good space. And some plants. Is this my longest? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's a man named Tom Grassi on YouTube who live streamed 24 hours a day, like even while he was sleeping, even when he went to walk the dog. He live streamed 24 hours a day until he raised $1 million to give to a charity, or that $1 million for a charity. You gave the money yourself, right? But he had a place to report. And so I'm thinking about doing that sometime this year for the Vacarian Sabbatical Fund. I would like to live stream until we get to $25,000. So one day, so this is practice, okay, where I get up and make my coffee, right? This is practice. Today has been practice for a 24/7 live stream marathon where we raised $25,000 to give to a Black woman for her sabbatical. I really like that he did that. It took him, I think, a full 7 days to raise $1 million. Now he's got way more subscribers. I think we could do that in 25K, 4 or 5 days of constant live streaming. Like he would like lay down, cover up the cameras here, and he got in the lay down, and him and his dogs went to sleep. He slept in his office, in his basement, on a sofa, on a pallet on the floor with the dogs. And at night, if you logged on at 3 o'clock in the morning or something, his time, you would see some people like, good morning, hi from such and such. I just donated $5, right? Like 24/7 live streaming. He had to break it up into several different streams because sometimes he would have a guest. So he would end the live stream, bring on a guest so they could talk for a little bit, and a couple of takeovers sometimes when he wasn't there at all. I'm thinking about doing that because I've let our sabbatical fund kind of dwindle. We went from getting $800 or $900 every month to about $500 every month. And so I'd like to do that. I'd like to get us the 25K in one fell swoop. Maybe before that, we'll have to know who we're giving the money to, would probably be helpful. I think not nobody, but some people would not want to donate money if they don't know who it's going to. So maybe pick somebody and then pick a weekend and do it. Or 4 or 5 days. I think 4 or 5 days. I think maybe. I don't know. Yeah. When his food would get delivered, he would go get he's married and he has a wife. I don't know if they have children, but they have at least 2 pets, 2 dogs, 2 or 3 dogs. He would go get his food. He'd be like, I'll be back. He would go feed the dogs. I'll be back, or walk the dogs. Yeah. So I'm thinking about doing that sometime in 2025 because we got to get it. I feel bad about letting it dwindle. You know, you can only keep your eye on so many balls at once. And I've let the sabbatical fund dwindle. What truck? No, is there a truck out there? There is somebody pulled up into the guest parking. So maybe that's my internet, but there's no truck. There might have been a truck making noises, but it's not my delivery truck. Okay, Latina says sign her up for a takeover. Okay, good. Yeah, so let's see. If I'm going to be traveling October, I'll be back in November. Maybe we'll schedule it for November or December. And in my mind, I would like some of my guests to be here and stay here. So Latina, figure out a time when you're going to come here and stay here so that we can take on. Yeah, no, stop, Christian. I think it's to keep some privacy. Putting your whole home on YouTube is scary, right? You've seen this house just now, this apartment just now, because there's nothing in it, hardly anything in it. But I don't expect to be the kind of person who would feel comfortable having my whole house on the internet. And I know somebody who has another person living there, a spouse, they don't want their whole house on the internet. So he had his office, like it's a basement office, it's a good sized space. I think they just moved. So he did it before they moved. But yeah, he just slept, he would cover up, turn off the lights. And then sometimes you would see the dog come from downstairs to come lay down with him. Then you would see the dog get up and leave. Every now and then in the middle of the night, because it was so fascinating, I would log on and be like, what's happening on Tom Grassi's channel this week, right? Or today. And it'd be like 2:00 in the morning and it'd be pitch black. Screen would be almost pitch black. It would be, you could see outlines. You could see you could see the palette on the floor. It was really fascinating, but the chat was more fascinating because people were just there having conversations like y'all do when I get up and go to the bathroom and I'll be like, I'll be back. Entertain yourselves. They were just chatting. At some point, they would just count, right? Somebody be like 1 and then 2 and then 3. Next thing you know, they're at 6,856, right? They would just do random things to keep themselves occupied. These were people all over the world. It was really fascinating. And then the money was something about the fallen. It was money for the children of people who died in military service, died in U.S. military combat. So it was a good organization that anybody would want to donate to for their families, for their children. I want to say it's called the Fallen Soldiers something. I still get emails from them because I, of course, donated some money too, right? I get emails from them every now and then. I want to say they're called Fallen Soldiers something. But it's an organization that anybody would want to donate to for the children of people, for children. And it was really interesting. It was really interesting. And one thing I'm going to do, if you have a good idea, I'm going to use it too. I'm going to give you credit. The car is still in the park in the visitor space. So I guess if it was my installer, he would have called up by now. Yeah, building community in the process. Yeah, it was really amazing. It was interesting to see the count. The actual website had a count. And then Tom had a YouTube, of course. Some people, instead of going to the website, donated directly on YouTube. So you could see the YouTube count. And then there were people whose task was to add the two numbers together and give us an update every now and then. And then he would show his feet. If you would give, I think it was $100, he would show his feet. Take his shoes and socks off and prop his feet up on the desk for $100. I really would like to do that. I would like us to get this money together in one bucket and then do it again every year. Maybe next, yeah, I'd like to do that. I need to think on how it works because I would really like for some of the people to be here. And I don't know what person would be okay with there being a constant live stream in the living room or in the office or whatever. But I got pocket doors, which I didn't even show you. Pocket doors in the office. Yeah, I think it would work. And just have people coming and going. Maybe sometimes somebody would take us into the kitchen with them or whatever. But yeah, I got pocket doors, which was a big hit with my guests. My guests were really glad to see the pocket doors. Yeah, so you can close off the office, the study, and you can also close off the dining room. Yeah, I'd like to do that. Any info on moving to Brazil? No. Who do we know who's moved to Brazil? No. I would say, well, I should have gotten my lip gloss, my chapstick while I was up. I would say Brazil has a reputation for having a lower cost of living than some of the places that we're interested in. Back when I was just starting my nomadic life, Florianopolis, Brazil was very popular with nomads as an even less expensive place. Florianopolis. A thing that makes a place inviting to nomads is having a clear residency process, which is why, or to people who are moving abroad, is having a clear residency process, which is a problem with Colombia because it's a little harder here. Um, Having a decent cost of living, even if it's not a whole lot lower, something lower than what we're used to in the US. Um, and Brazil has those things, but I can't think of anything. Kat says they have a problematic president. Now, if they're becoming a fascist state, if that's the case, we may not. That may be a reason why we're not interested in Brazil. I don't know why else. Why wouldn't it be on people's radar if it's got the things that we like, which are a good cost of living and a good process for residency? I got no info. So, Exodus ASAP is our membership, our monthly membership, our monthly coaching platform for Black women who are ready to get their peace out protocol together. So here's the thing that we teach inside of Exodus ASAP, right? One of the 8 parts of the peace out protocol, number 5 or 6. 6 is residency. Do you even need it? If you do need, because a lot of you aren't going to stay anywhere long enough to need residency, right? Black women who leave the US love to bop around the world, right? See the world for a little while. So residency, do you need it? And if so, what is the process? Now, any place you look can tell you this is the process and this is the criteria to get residency, but that place is not necessarily reputable. So you usually look at that country's website, right? Their .gov, their version of US, whatever ours is, US.gov. Usually their country's website, I don't want to say usually, sometimes their country's website gives you a clear breakdown of the different types of residencies, right? So Colombia will tell you there's the migrant visa, there's the resident visa, there's the visitor visa, and whatever, right? So normally, sometimes you get a good breakdown. If you're interested in a place, I would go to that legitimate country's website, their government's website, and see what they say about immigration. Because anyone can tell you anything. Like we talked about with ChatGPT earlier, anyone can tell you anything. But the federal website is usually the best choice. And then often you can find, if you're like me and you want to pay somebody to do it for you, because I'm not doing that by myself, then often you can find someone who specializes in helping with that inside of a local Facebook group, right? So I'm in Black in Colombia, Black women in Colombia, expats in Bogota, and expats in Colombia. I'm in at least those Facebook groups. I think those are what they're really simple names. So I think that's what I'm in. And so then you go to those groups and you see who helps, who is a facilitator, not who is advertising their services as a facilitator, because anybody can say, I help you with this and I'm good. But you find who are the people in that group talking about, who are they saying was helpful? And you get a consultation with that person. That's what we teach inside of Exodus ASAP in terms of getting residency in a place. If that's your question about Colombia, those are the steps that I would take. Not Colombia, Brazil, or any country. Those are the first steps that I would take. And then when you're ready to start making some progress and get the other parts of the protocol together, including like, how do I figure out my cost of living for this new place? Where's the money going to come from? What do I do about all my stuff and my pets and my people and my property and right? What about healthcare? You're ready to do all of those things. Join us in the Exodus ASAP membership. It's exodusasap.com. This is a paid monthly membership, but you don't need to stay. You're not staying forever, okay? There are women who come in for a month, make some progress. They might leave for 3-4 months. We've been up for 7. We had a 6-month party not long ago. So we've been up for 7 full months and change now. So there's some women who come and go. There's some women who stick around. There's some women who come and don't come back, right? They make enough progress that they don't need us again. So if you want to make some progress on your peace out protocol, where am I going? What does it cost? Where's that money coming from? What do I do about my people and my pets? Do I need residency? What about healthcare? What about fear and mindset? And how do I actually do this thing? What about my property and my stuff? If you want to make progress on those things, join us in the Exodus ASAP monthly coaching program. Okay. ExodusASAP.com is how you join us. If you're making progress on your own from the Facebook group, from our YouTube channels, our joint channel, our separate channels, if you're making progress, right, and you don't have any outstanding questions, none of those parts of the protocol are really hanging you up, then you may not need to join, right? You may not want to spend your $247 per month. But if one of those things or multiple of those things you're not making progress on, pay the money to get the progress. Okay? Listen, the things that you want for you're here, you're celebrating with me this new home, this new place. You're a few actions, a few answers, a few questions and answers, and a few actions and some accountability away from your own thing. So join us. Like, seriously, I've been for the last, I don't know, since I saw the benefits of spending $14,000 on a sabbatical, I've been a spend the money person. Spend the money, save your time. The progress that you get from getting coaching, from getting accountability, from getting support, from getting an actual protocol, actual steps to take instead of just trying to piece this together and what am I missing and what do I don't know, it's worth the money. Okay? Join us. ExodusASAP.com. Cogitate always says Brazil got rid of that old president and they have a new progressive president. So then, okay, so maybe we'll see a new swing towards Brazil. I haven't been, in my eyes, maybe I haven't been paying enough attention. Or maybe I don't think people have been talking about Brazil like that. We just had our 6-month party for the women who joined Exodus ASAP in the beginning. And the progress is fantastic. So maybe 9 women have a residency in another country that they didn't have residency in before. 2 have applied for their second passport and are just waiting. 2. Just Rashida hasn't done it yet. Rashida's going to be the 3rd. 2 have applied for their second passport, right? Just fantastic progress. So many. I don't know how many are gone, right? So many are just gone now. Remember how I said I was moving to Panama? I'm in Panama now. Remember how I said I was moving to Mexico? I'm in Mexico now. I'm Portugal now. I'm in whatever. Fantastic community. Fantastic coaching. As you know, I'm good. I know what I know, I'm good at teaching, right? But also fantastic community. The women who come in and coach and teach our women for us, they know what they're doing. Phenomenally helpful. Our goal is always to make sure that each session is worth that full month's ticket, right? That full month's price is worth a session. So just Thursday, we did a session on if you don't know where your move abroad money is coming from, right? Number 3 in the protocol, where's the money coming from? If you don't know yet, but you think it's going to come from you leaving a traditional job and doing what you do for yourself as a contractor, consultant, freelancer, coach, something. If that's the path you're going to take, let's talk that out. We did that on Thursday. Rashida and I coached that together. The women were like, this is fantastic, right? The comment was actually, this was worth this month's fee, right? This was worth this month's membership. This one session, not including all the other stuff that's happening in the month of July. July in Exodus ASAP is the money making month. July and Exodus ASAP is money making month. I feel like they should be pulling up any second. Money making month in Exodus ASAP. So we're hosting the Get Your Next 3 Clients Challenge, July 27th through August 1st. Get Your Next 3 Clients Challenge is for those women. 20 minutes. 20 minutes ago, they said 20 minutes. Gracias. Okay, 20 minutes ago at 1:31, because I moved my phone over to whatchamacallit. For some reason, it didn't show up on the screen. Te quiero confirmar que ya en 20 minutos aprox te llega el pedido. Want to confirm that already in 20 minutes approximately something they arrive something. Okay. That was at 1:31. It's 1:51. That was the mattress. Let me make sure. That was the mattress, not the internet. Did Olga say anything about the internet? Nothing. The internet appointment is between 10 and noon, 10 a.m. and noon. So I don't know what that means. Today is the 12th, right? Yeah. The internet appointment was between 12 and noon. Can you hear the phone? I'm going to keep y'all live. If you don't want to, okay. You don't have to stay, but you can stay. Okay, gracias. They can come up. Okay. El colchón, el colchón, el colchón, el colchón. The mattress. I'm gonna keep y'all turned this way so I don't have strangers on the internet showing up on my YouTube channel. But if you want to stick around and hear the fun times, I'll be back. If you're gone for the day, thank you very much for spending this time with me. I appreciate you so much. See you soon. I gotta go let him up. I think I gotta let him up. Okay. Mattress protector. They're coming up. Let's see. It fit on the elevator. They had to shove it and fold it, kind of. But they should be coming around the corner any second now. Okay. Okay. All right. Now they fitting it through the door. Okay. La habitación es arriba. Es arriba. Sí, va a estar. Que aquí sí va a estar más complicado. Tiene 2 metros. ¿De para acá? Y funciona más rápido. Fold it, like, el mismo con con la ascensor. Sí, sí, pero es que el ascensor se encajaba. Aquí no tenemos como encajar. ¿Ah? ¿Para ver los casos? ¿Qué traemos? Pueblo. Okay, sí. Gracias. Okay, I'm back. All right. Okay, un momento. All right. Y'all still here? Christine says she'll be happy when the bed arrives in the guest room. Yeah. So what I just learned is when the bed comes for the guest room, it's going to have to be a bed in a box because the mattress alone is not, they're concerned about how it's going to fit, how they're going to get it up the steps. They can do it. I know they can. Yeah. It is. Rhonda says it's going to be nice to have a home base. It's going to be great. Great. Okay, you're still here. One more. This is the last. I told him downstairs, security guard Martinez. I was like, one more to go. Yeah. We're still here. Passing the time. Yep, the mattress is in the building, but not upstairs yet. It's in the building. It's in the building. They're not happy with how the stairs are set up. It's a king size. Here they call it dos por dos. King size mattress. And so getting it up the stairs is going to be, they're going to get some, what they called things, and like basically fold the mattress and wrap it up to get it up the steps. They can do it. It's bendy. Yes. Besides the bed, we're also waiting for the internet to be installed. The first company that I tried didn't have something about the wiring and the whatever, and they poked holes in the walls and all this stuff. And then after two different crews and 2 days, they were like, try ETB and try the other company. ETB is another major internet provider here. Claro was like, no, try ETB. And then he said, you're wired for ETB, which I think the landlord should have probably known ahead of time. The problem is because I don't have my cedula, my landlord has to do anything that requires a cedula, which is turning the internet on. The power, I think, was always going to stay in her name. I think the power has been in her name, utilities, but except for internet. So she had to get the internet turned on. And I guess either she didn't know what this was wired for, what the previous tenant had, or what. So she tried Claro. And after 2 days and two different groups of people, finally they were like, girl, just go with ETB. You're already wired for that. So I think she had arranged for both of them at the same time to see what was going to work, because ETB, as soon, like yesterday about 3 o'clock, they left. And I was like, Olga, it's not working. I mean, Claro, yesterday about 3 o'clock, I was like, Olga, Claro is not working. And she already sent me, then she, like 2 minutes later, she sent me the appointment for ETB to come. So she must have already had that appointment just in case. So they're the ones who say, let me reread this. Let's say, ETB, tu visita técnica para la instalación ubicados, and then my address, ha quedado registrada en nuestro sistema, is registered in our system, okay, and then there's a number. Nuestro equipo técnico te visitará and then the year and the date entre las 10 y las noon. So the technical team will visit between 10 and noon today. So, and there's no update. Okay, so they have some straps to try to bend up the mattress. Let's see how it goes. I know. I think the mattress can't do any harm, I don't think. So we just got some straps. And I'm trying to pull the mattress into a mattress taco. For some reason, there's two. I don't know. Okay. Straps are on. And they got to figure out which way they want to bend it. Oh, nope. Straps aren't all the way on. Okay. The good news is the other bed that I bought is a queen, not a king. So it should be easier. Is it exciting? No. Okay. Yes, okay. Okay. Mattress now looks like this. Keep pulling. Keep pulling. This. Keep pulling. Okay. It's kind of like that. Keep pulling. Okay. Okay. Okay, now they're tying it off. Yeah, I have sheets, pillows. I used my mattress protector. Remember I told you the lady said I needed pajamas to get the refrigerator. I needed pajamas, what she called pajamas, to get the refrigerator onto the elevator. So I used my own, I had bought a mattress cover, and I used that mattress cover as my refrigerator pajamas. So, and yesterday when I went to the mall, I was like, do I buy a new one or not? Do I buy a new one or not? Because I can't wash it. I don't have a washing machine. And today, when they brought the mattress, they brought me another mattress cover protector, Cool Max. This one was Cool Max. So got the mattress protector. I had bought 2 pillows of my own. They delivered 2 pillows yesterday. Shipped 2 pillows yesterday or the day before. So I got what I need. Okay, they're still okay. They were resting. Now they're doing more. Oh, it's like this now. The mattress taco. Taco de colchón. Sí, muy bien, muy bien. Okay, so it's like this. They're out of breath. Okay, another step closer. Okay, they're tired. Okay. Listo. Okay. Oh, I guess I could have moved my thing out of the way. Okay. It's on the stairway, but they're tired. So they're I don't know if you can hear them moving it. Let me check here. Okay, sounds like they're halfway at the turn. They're at the turn. Okay, I'm gonna bring you with me, but I'm gonna try my hardest to keep them off the screen. Okay, they're up the hallway. Es el segundo, el habitación dos. El segundo, con la cama. Okay, they're resting. Okay. Catching their breath. Okay. Oh, now we got to get it through the door. Otro problema. Okay. Okay, they taking off the chains. And my stuff's not really in the way. It's kind of in the way, but not really. Okay. El colchón. Get to sleep here tonight. Get to officially be moved in. Oh, I left my phone downstairs. Hotspot, hotspot. Hold on. Did you hear the plastic come off? Hotspot, hotspot. Where is my phone? Here. Okay, now I gotta find my purse. So they're not crazy about tipping here. Sometimes they sneak out before you can even tip them things. So I only have, do I have 220s? 50 is $12. That's enough. Okay. 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 Okay.
Así que no parecía.
Lo siento.
Estaba tomando una foto y ya baja para que se me sirve.
Oh, firma. Okay. ¿Yo tomar foto o él? Okay.
Ya
Okay.
viene, firma y listo.
Okay, sí. Lo siento, no tengo agua fría. ¿Quieres algo?
Sí. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sí, un momento. Yes.
Yes.
No tengo. Una botella. Glass. Let's try out my ice maker. Ice. Hielo. No. No ice yet. Sí, lo siento, solamente tengo una botella. Sí, estoy bebiendo. Ok, ¿está bien? ¿Quieres una taza? English, muy bien, muy bien. Okay, I'm just signing for the delivery. I gave them one bottle of water to share because it's all I had. It's con gas. Okay. Okay. Gracias. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I know it's hard.
Your coffee.
Thank you. All right. Don't forget your jacket.
Sí,
Chaqueta.
¿Lo guarda o me lo llevo?
Por favor, sí, tú, sí, por favor. Gracias. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the drawer before I forget. I'm going the wrong way. Put my receipt in here because I assume there's a warranty situation in my warranty drawer. Okay, gracias.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Buenas tardes. Okay, thank you. Oh, all right. So I gotta clean the walls off. Oh, all over. I have stuff. Okay, clean off the walls. Make the bed before I leave. Okay. Okay. Oh, tengo una cama. I have a bed. Una cama mía. Una cama mía. Tengo una cama. Yeah, yeah, in Bogota. All right. Whew. So you can smell that the plastic just came off. I'm gonna open up this window Let this air out a spell. And, ooh, bright sunny day. The sun felt hot. Sun feels hot, hot, hot. Yeah, I'm gonna let this air out before I put the mattress pad and the sheets on it. All right. So what did I tip them? I tipped them 50,000, which is $12.50, half of $25. I don't know. So they're not really, I don't want to sound funny. They're not really into tipping. So the first person who delivered something was the sofa. They were in and out. You know how when somebody expects a tip, they wait around for the tip or they something? Here, they don't do that. They don't do it. I've not had anyone look like they're waiting or looking for a tip in any way. So you got to hurry up and give it to them. So like the man who brought, the refrigerator, the second group of refrigerator men. I didn't tip the first refrigerator men because they left the refrigerator in my parking spot. Okay. But the second group of refrigerator men, I gave them, it was supposed to be $380,000, 380,000 whatever's pesos. And for the delivery and installation, for taking off the doors and all of that, 380,000 plus the filter, something I didn't have, all of it. And so I just gave them 500,000 and was like, there you go. There's 100. That was 120 is 25, $30. Right. But they don't, I don't know. They don't wait. They don't, you got to hurry up and tip. If you're going to tip them, you got to hurry up and tip them, which tells me for this kind of thing, tipping isn't customary. They do tip in restaurants. Right. So I just gave them 50 total, 50,000, which is half of 25, $12.50. Right. I don't know. They don't, it's not a thing here. It's not the way that they do things here. But because they were so frustrated with getting it up the steps, getting it on the elevator, that's customary, that's included. But getting it up the steps, they seemed annoyed by that. A way that I look at service things, this isn't an exact science, but the way that I look at service items, service type things is like half of what, now that I think about it, I probably should have tipped them each 50, but whatever. I did my best. Half of what we would expect in the US. So in the US, I think I would probably have tipped them only $10. I don't think I would have given them both $20. $10 times 2 is 20. So I think I did the right thing. I tipped them the right amount. We in the US are used to people being paid below the standard. I don't know what the standard here is. So we tip to compensate for what the business owner should give them. But here they don't do, that's not the way that they tip, except for in restaurants. Restaurants are the only time when there is a tipping culture. Far as I can tell. I'm new here, but I know that if they expected a tip, they would act like people who would want you to tip them. I know what that looks like. I'm taking my time getting to the door, like at hotels. I'm taking my time getting to the door. Any other questions? You need anything else? Right? That man who left that sofa, before I could tell him what corner I wanted the last piece of the sofa in, he was out the door. Right? Same with the TV and the refrigerator people were the same people. Yeah, so I just don't think it's a thing that they really do. I'll find out later if I was dead wrong. But I think in the US, I would have tipped 20. So tipping 10, tipping 12 is right. That's how I look at it, 50%. No screens on the doors and windows. I've seen 3 mosquitoes in Bogota my entire time here since January. 3 mosquitoes since January. Maybe a fly or 2. I usually am up above the 4th or 5th or 6th, about 4th or 5th or 6th floor. So I haven't had but bug problem with the screens. Problems where I would want screens, need screens. That was to TC's question. I thought I put that on the screen and I didn't. The first two, the people who, when I was the refrigerator people, he made change. I gave him the 500, and I thought I said some words that would explain to him that the rest was for them. He gave me change, and then I had to give it back to him. So they do seem surprised by service providers, except for waiters and waitresses. They do seem to not expect a tip. I think these men were happier to get that one cold bottle of water. They did not expect me to offer that bottle of water, and they did appreciate that. The money was money, right? So as you know, I'm not fully enmeshed in Bogota, Colombia life, but being an observant person for a time at times, it's just not, tipping is not the same here as we're used to. I opened up this one. Does this open too? I opened up the window that's furthest from the bed. I don't think this one opens. I think this is static. Okay. Yeah, open up the thing that's furthest from the bed, but I wanted to air out. You could smell, it smells like plastic just came off of it. So I don't know how long to wait. I'll wait. I don't need to make the bed until bedtime, which is sooner than it's already it's 2:30 in the afternoon. But yeah, not too much longer. I'll make it. Okay. I think we're going to give up on the internet for the day because let me check one more time for a message from Olga. No new message from Olga. They said between 10 and noon. That means that person went to lunch and came back from lunch and still hasn't been here. I think I'm going to give up on it for the day. Right? We know what it looks like when somebody's expecting a tip. They're just stalling. They're waiting. They're waiting. I don't have any way to call them. I do have a WhatsApp number. I do have their WhatsApp for the internet people, but it's customer service. Let's see. If I give them the number, will they know? Copy. Okay. Okay, and then I click on the link she sent me, and that opens up a new WhatsApp. Open up. Okay, so one thing you will learn here is that you don't just send a message asking a question. You say, hola, buenas tardes, and then you wait for the reply. They don't like it when you just start asking. You can't say, buenas tardes, I'm checking on my delivery. You say, buenas tardes. And then you ask the question. Okay, and I'm going to say, question mark. Copy. I did it in English. I'm just copying the translation. Okay, so the little thing says, before you initiate your question, it's not possible for me to hear audio, receive images, documents, or videos, only text. Okay. Paste that. And the number, which is here, Olga. Oop, cancel. No, it's gonna take me forever. Can I just copy that number? No, I gotta copy the whole message. Okay. And then, ¿cuál es tu nombre? Gotta use her number, her name, I mean. Nombre be messing me up. Nombre is name, not number. Delete. Delete. Delete all this other stuff. Okay. Let's see. I don't know if this is a person or a bot, but hopefully they can tell me. You can only use letters and spaces. Oh, okay. Okay. See you guys. See you, Ms. Lady. Okay. Tipa. Oh my gosh. Okay. So now I got to get her number. They're asking for her cedula, which I do have because of my lease, but I got to find it. This may not be fun. You may, if you don't have to stick around if you don't want to. I would like for y'all to see the final result, but I don't think we're going to be able to make it to find out what's happening with the internet. Let's see. I got to find her cedula. The number is funny. It's not like a social security number where we don't give it out. They give it out for everything. They put it on everything. Okay, her identification number is here. Let something in. After saying I've only seen 3 mosquitoes, something just flew in my face. Okay. It's a bot. Because you can only give them one piece of info at a time. ¿Quiere estar segura tu número de documento es? Let me double check. Sí. That's it. ¿Cuál es tu correo electrónico? I don't know her email address. Did she put it on here? I don't think this is going to work. Oh, yeah, I have it. Okay. Hotmail. Okay. I'm just staring at the WhatsApp. Okay. How can I help you? Tech support? I don't know. So, consultar factura, no. Solicitar trámites. What's trámites? Formalities. Mm. Paz y salvo. Paz is peace, right? Salvo? Does that make sense? Salvo. Peace and accept, excluding. Reconexión por pago is reconnection. Adquirir. Acquire services. I don't think I can change this. Una cita. I'm just gonna type in una cita and see if the bot understands what I'm saying. Cita is appointment. I don't know. I think this is the end of the line for us, y'all. 5.5 hours in. I think, okay. Visita por falla en tu servicio, visita para instalación, number 2. Okay, so number 2. Installation, change, installation. There's no way to see when my appointment that is already scheduled is happening. All right, so I think that's the last thing that we can accomplish today. I think that's it. All right. So after 5.5 hours, I moved in. Moving day. Moving day is complete because I can spend the night in my new place. Yay! So I think I'm gonna hang out here. Even though I said I was gonna leave and get food. It's 2:30. It's too late to go get an almond croissant. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and make my breakfast. I'm still gonna eat some oatmeal. And I have ingredients for grilled cheese sandwich. So make some oatmeal and then have grilled cheese for later. Hang out. And just in case they work until 6 p.m. today, I want to stay here. I should stay here. And then I don't want to do any sweeping and mopping until the internet is done because the way those men traipsed around this house, it doesn't make sense. So I think I won't do any sweeping and mopping. And then I'll make my bed and then order some dinner because grilled cheese is only going to take me so far. And then that's it. That'll be my first day in my new place. Hopefully, if I do get the internet installed, I can also sweep and mop a portion of the house, get some of the man dust out of the house. That's it for the day. Oh, then I do need to do some work. Rashida gave me some homework, some Exodus Summit homework. So I do need to do a little bit of work, a couple hours of work. Okay, so I'm so glad that you hung out with me. Thank you so much for that. I hope, I guess you wouldn't still be here. Some of you, you've come and gone. You wouldn't watch if it wasn't something that you were at least mildly interested in. So thank you for that. Thank you for passing this time with me. It's nice to have had you here instead of me going bonkers waiting on deliveries today. So thank you for that. And I'll keep you posted over on Instagram. Hopefully I'll have some pictures of something. Maybe I'll post my new, once I make the bed. Once I make the bed, maybe I'll post it so you'll see it. I'm vicarious on Instagram. Okay, good. Tori says it was fun. Okay, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being my company on moving day. Yeah, I'm super excited. Okay, before you go, hit the like button, please. Lady Serena said, please, okay? Hit the like button. You've been here all this time. You wouldn't be here if you didn't like it. So like it before you go. And yeah, thank you. Like sincerely, thank you for being here, for spending this time with me, helping me on moving day. I'll see you guys again soon. Take good care. Bye.